in any case, yeah. My wishes, my biggest fears have become reality. Not only am I getting a lot of mainstream media press, a lot of press in the legacy papers, legacy publishers, but on top of that, it's all fucking quotes out of context. Oh my lord, it sucks. But yeah, in any case, folks, we're live. We're alive. We'll do the Chinese netizen update. I already told you guys I got multiple Zhongshan suits that I'm getting. But here it is. We'll do Saturday Fun Day as well. There was someone in the chat that was saying who's got a tummy ache. I got a tummy ache. I'm a tummy ache girly myself today. I don't know what that's about, but I'm a tummy ache girly too. My stomach hurt? Yeah, my tummy hurts a little bit. Video for later, boss man. Ben Hoerman. The rise of online cruelty. Oh, I love this guy's great. Yeah. Yeah, we'll watch it. We'll check this shit out. Dude, I swear to God, if you are even remotely to the left, YouTube will bury you, okay? YouTube will be like, YouTube basically is like, oh, you made a thoughtful, long YouTube video essay about like how right-wing cruelty is on the rise. Well, guess what? You should kill yourself. That's basically what the YouTube algo thinks of anything that is ostensibly leftist. On the other hand, if you were to do like the 17 millionth, apolitical drama slop, YouTube will be like, here is 7 million views for you. Please give me the dumbest commentary that has ever existed. Please do so. Okay. Anyway, yeah, this guy's living my dream.
This has been wacky. What happened at the end of regulation and what we're seeing now here in OT, LeBron James.
The only thing you can hope if you're the Rockets coming out of this.
I mean, that's crazy. The GOAT throwing it back like that. The GOAT bouncing on it. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, he's grabbing the jersey too. Like, that's disrespectful. Will you still love him after he does a comp trip to Israel? No. He would never do that. Come on, stop. That was a momentary lapse of judgment. Okay, y'all are too harsh. You made it up. He's not like that. He actually told me he don't fuck with Israel like that. He told me in private in a dream that I was dreaming where we were hanging out and playing baseball. Yeah, he was throwing a baseball back and forth because he's like, yo, Hassan, you have a father figure in your life and you love your father, but like honestly, he's Turkish, so he probably never plays baseball with you. And I was like, yeah, that's right. I've never actually tossed a baseball around with a father figure because like we're Turkish. So he's like, I can be that guy for you. And he's like, hey, also, guess what? I don't actually fuck with Israel. I just kind of said that. Anyway, Rain and Jen, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Bula Jr., thank you for the 25 gifted. Cool. And time for some news. What the fuck? What? Yeah. He was like, yeah, I talked to Kyrie. And he was like, don't do that. And I was like, you know what, Kyrie, I respect you. That's what happened. Iran is, dude, the F5, the F5 fighter jet. I know. It's pretty crazy. What city is your tailor in? In China? In Shanghai. I went to his place, if you remember. That's the one who made my Zhongshan suit. But yeah, we'll talk about the damage to the American bases. We'll talk about like the work, the belt to ass initiative, as they're calling it. You know how there's the one belt, one road, Chinese style? Then there's also the belt to ass initiative, which is what the IRGC implemented against American bases in the region. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah. Video from Wired. Harvard professor answers Iranian government questions. Okay. Oh my God. Holy moly. All right, Hassan. Let's look at Chinese netizens. When talking about China's poverty alleviation, you always say it's the credit of capitalism. Then why don't you learn from Chinese style capitalism? The biggest problem with capitalism is indeed its inability to be logically consistent, just like resources only gather upwards, eventually making survival impossible for the lower levels. How to stop this? Rely on the morality of capital? The West often becomes overly anti-communist, leading to situations where solutions are available but cannot be implemented because it's too communist. Such self-defeating videos always bring a smile to one's face. The difference between means and ends must be clarified. When the U.S. talks about poverty, do they automatically ignore the homeless? Do they not consider the homeless as human beings? Poverty in China and the U.S. are completely different. In the U.S., poverty means homelessness, silently dying years later. China has no homeless people. Even the lowest strata are covered by household enjoying 5 guarantees policy, ensuring safe housing, free healthcare, free education, food and clothing, and funeral services. Orphans receive education support. Additionally, there are state subsidies by 2025. Basic living allowances in some areas will be around 500 to 1,000 yuan a month, not lower than the local villagers' average standard. Yeah, this was me reading the Vox.com article about the welfare structure that doesn't exist in China. And this guy was saying, like, I don't understand. Why are you not pointing to, like, the Nordic countries as far as, like, the best standards and practice that we can apply here? First of all, I have no issue with that, right? I have no issue with the Nordic countries. Let's move in that direction because they're demonstrably further along. If you're looking at socialism or any kind of alleviation of poverty or any kind of improvement in the material conditions of the working class in this country, if it's a spectrum, right, which I think it is, right? Yes, social democracies like Scandinavian social democracies are absolutely further along on that trajectory. Some might say that the welfare structure is actually a lifeline for capitalism to continue, and I understand that concept. I, however, don't think that it's bad to help people, you know? I think it's good. In any case, yeah, there's a reason why the Chinese trajectory is positive and the American trajectory is not. So just remember that. This website is beautifully made, by the way, chatter. So thank you for making it. I don't know. I hope you're not mad at me for saying, oh, you didn't put all the articles in here. It's incredible work. Thank you so much. Uh-oh. I can't click out of this. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, shit. It took me to a different. Okay. One more dad moment. Chatter gave you a virus? No, the X wasn't working. Okay. He was bouncing on it. Oh, yeah, we got clavicular updates as well. He's giving Charlie Kirk, who is... Oh. That's crazy.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
Prage. All right, clavicular updates. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you come in here for the Strait of Hormuz or, you know, what's going on in the world of politics, international relations. Are we offensive? Are we doing offensive realism? Are we instead believers in the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism? What are we? What are we doing? What kind of international relations school of thought are we on board with? Well, the only thing we actually cover here is the clavicular updates. This is a clavicular updates page. Clavicular broke down in tears after finding out his girlfriend he met 10 days ago is pregante, leaving him overwhelmed and in shock after becoming a father at just 20 years old. The updates on this guy read like those weird cartoon iPhone games where terrible things are happening to a woman and you have to give her a makeover. True. I hope to God this changes him. You're out of your fucking mind. And I also don't believe this because he's famously infertile. So that is not his child. Okay? He is like, he's very famously infertile. And the reason for why is because he's been abusing steroids. Like a lot. Also, the timeline on this doesn't add up. they met 10 days ago and she's already pregnant. That's not how this works. So I don't believe in anything. On principle, I don't believe anything that these accounts actually post, for the record. But I do think clavicular becoming a dad redemption arc is a very funny thing to think. This community can be very funny at times. This is one of those moments. She can tell off vibes. Clav is promoted and created by Peter Thiel, and this is his perma bottom. 1010 music. The baby's also mature maxing because she's been pregante for almost 10 days and they know already. Yeah. Mr. Beast is what Marx warned us about.
It's the year 1866.
What the fuck? This has 4 million views. Geographane? Who the fuck is this? Commodity fetishism, human alienation, exchange value, capital accumulation to reserve army. Wait, what? What? How is there a video like this on the YouTube timelines for what? A month now, and I have not even encountered it. Everything that my YouTube timeline is like, oh, you want to hear what Michael Hudson's take is on the Strait of Hormuz? Do you want to hear the 700th video on Mersheimer? I mean, I guess YouTube knows me very well, but that's my algorithm. My algorithm is Mersheimer, the GOAT, Michael Hudson, also a GOAT, and Jeffrey Sachs. That's all. My algorithm is just that. Okay. They're all talking about American hegemony. Jeffrey Sachs is talking about how American hegemony was a lie. There was no unipolarity, and that unipolarity was just a lie we told ourselves. And in the process of this belief that we have I do think Jeffrey Sachs is a little bit of a Russophile, by the way. I do get that vibe. I know I'm not on some like pro NATO shit when I say this, but like the way he sometimes talks about Russia makes me feel like he's a little bit of a Russophile, because he's like he was talking about how like emerging powers and emerging empires like Russia, and then Michael Hudson is a cutie patootie. Our M HUD or the Economist M HUD? Your reacts to these kinds of videos used to get 1 to 2 million views, by the way. I know. YouTube purposely hides content like this, getting more obvious by the day. Some freaky shit. Buddy, this has 4 million views. I don't think YouTube did a good job hiding this content. Maybe it hid the content from me. I'm a Turkophile. I get really excited to celebrate Thanksgiving. Maybe it's remorse for having participated in the dire state of the Russian Federation now. It would have 4 billion views if it wasn't hidden. I agree. Sachs is trying to atone for his sins in Russia and Eastern Europe. All those views are bought by China. Xi Jinping is using soft power to manipulate American youths. Bro, I wish that was the case. Give me a boost, Mr. Xi. Give me a boost, please. Give me a leg up. I've been fighting reactionary forces damn near on my own, non-fucking stop. And now I have to do it for the mainstream media too. Like, at least with mainstream media, the adults were a little bit more intelligent than the average drama slop tuber. And since they got the billionaire Boskal and the Israel Boskal, Fox News and some even on CNN and whatnot have been behaving in an identical manner to like the drama slop tubers, being like, Hassan is a bad guy. It's unfucking believable. Anyway, things are devastatingly bad in the United States of America, regardless of what people choose to focus on. Here's one update. U.S. consumer sentiment at lowest level ever recorded. Worse than 2008 and worse than 2020, according to University of Michigan. Now, hold on. Guys, once you hit rock bottom, there's only one way, okay? And that's up. Do you understand? So it's gonna be good, okay? I'm personally fucking tired of winning. I'm tired in general, but I'm certainly tired of winning. Okay? It was bad in 2008. This was way worse. I had to get a second job to pay bills and eat. Trump can pass out whatever he is zooted on to help us out. When is Morandi coming on? Okay, probably not anytime soon. You are a victim of your own success like conquest. What? Hassan Minhaj, the better Hassan mirrors your take in this recent interview.
UK is a dead empire, and the United
How dare you
States
say that?
is a. I mean, it's an Instagram country. I told you this, that you live in an Instagram country. So there's like
Okay.
Instagram countries where you bring your girlfriend, you
Yeah, you
pull up
take
with
photos,
bae,
but
you
it's
take
a-
photos,
yeah,
and
yeah. But
you,
it's just a
you whisper in
museum.
castles, and
Got it,
you keep
got
it
it.
moving. It's an Instagram country. You know, France is an Instagram country. Hungary is an Instagram country.
Do you think why isn't
Great
America
London.
an Instagram country?
I mean,
just out
we're
of
a-
interest, like with the yellow taxis, and they're like, I'm walking around today going like, when is like Rachel and Ross gonna like pop out of the next?
Okay, first of all, America doesn't really have a lot of Instagrammable locations. Like his assessment is just New York City, which is the only city in America. If we're being real, like I know there's other cities in this country. I certainly don't live in one. I live in Los Angeles, not a real city. You know, Philadelphia is kind of a city. You know, like the northeastern territories where people initially settled have city-like qualities. And then the further out you go, Chicago is like the last point. And then past the point of Chicago, it's like not real cities. San Francisco tries to be one, right? And it has city-like qualities, but it almost feels alien. There's no other way to explain it to you guys. I know you're going to get mad. This is a take that people will get upset at. San Francisco is like desperately trying to hold on to the notion of being a city. But as far as like cosmopolitan, like global cities, New York City is probably the only one that meets that standard. San Francisco is drawing a city from memory. Yes. It's beautiful, by the way. A lot of these places are beautiful. You don't have to be a city. I'm just saying that, like, I've been all around the world, okay? I've been all around the world, and the reality of the matter is, like, the United States of America has cities, but they're not, like, it's not, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's just not a real, not a fully fleshed out city. It's very American. There's an American vibe associated with it that turns it into not a city kind of. You're sleeping on Dallas, brother. If you are a holding ground for like 11 exurbs, you are not a city. You're a parking lot. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Like that's unbelievable. That's an unbelievable statement to make. At least with like San Francisco, you can make the argument because there's like workable public transit. It's walkable. There's a sense of community associated with it. Whereas most other cities in the United States of America is like Dallas. I was joking. Don't worry. Oh, okay. None of this is bad, by the way. It's just, it's beautiful in different ways, right? To each their own. I mean, I live in a dog shit city myself. I live in Los Angeles and I fucking love this place. In any case, my point was he's in New York and he's like, well, that's Instagrammable. Well, it doesn't, that doesn't translate to other places in this
going
country.
up
No, there's too many
It just
potholes.
looks
No,
like
there's too
a-
many potholes. It's too
Yeah.
shitty here. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not aesthetically pleasing. But we are so you come from a dead empire. This is a dying empire.
Yeah.
The United States, we're here. We're on our deathbed. We're coding. We're about to die of cardiac arrest. As someone who is living in the future and has lived through the future, what do we have to look forward to as we see the light?
What you have to look forward to is a lot of people.
You never think about nature. It's infuriating. Oh my God, here we go. Communist Wyomingite. Yeah, I wonder why a motherfucker from Wyoming would be like, you never think about nature. Yeah, I don't think about the cows either, which happen to be your only neighbors. Okay? It's crazy. We're talking about cities right now. This is city slicker shit. Okay? This is city slicker shit.
Claiming that they can bring the empire back to life by doing increasingly stupid stuff like Brexit. So like, the fantasy.
Hasanabi, you talk big shit when the only real city in Turkey was just stolen from the Greeks. True. But it's the Turks now. It belongs to the Turks now, bitch. So
of empire doesn't leave just because the reality of it has left.
Yeah.
It's that mythology is so intoxicating and powerful. You know, and honestly, the idea of like, we once were great and we're gonna
You're sleeping on Salt Lake City. Okay, now people are trying to get me to shit on their hometowns. Okay, Salt Lake City is unbelievable because I don't think it should legally be called a city. Here's why. Salt Lake City is the modern version of like what you see in Westerns when you roll up with your horse and there's like one strip where the saloon and the barber shop is like across from one another. That's literally Salt Lake City. It is literally what Salt Lake City is one strip. It's like 3 blocks long. I'm not even joking, bro. It's unbelievable when people were like, oh, you got to come to Salt Lake City. And by people, I mean Cutie Cinderella. I could not believe it. It is literally a Red Dead Redemption 2 town that was modernized. They basically went, all right, let's modernize this one strip. It's actually unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it's nice. The nature is nice, but if you don't fuck with nature, like I don't really fuck with nature. It's just not like that. It doesn't make any sense. You go there and you're like, what would they call this a city? Where's the city? It looks like they forgot to load the rest of the city, bro. It's literally 3 blocks. I'm not even, you think I'm joking? I'm not joking, okay? It is straight up 3 blocks long, okay? You walk from one end of the city to the other end, and you're like, where's the rest of the city? Why haven't the rest of the buildings loaded? Anyway, literally the streets were engineered to be able to turn around a team of oxen. It feels strange.
get back there again. It's kind of something that has haunted so many civilizations again and again, you know, like the periods of the Roman Empire are about trying to get back to where we were before, or, you know, this kind of like revivalism.
I love this jacket. It's dope.
I think is like a big part of the politics of denial, you know? So I kind of think that the reality of empire arguably is dying, arguably may already be dead. The more forceful you have to be to control your empire, the more shaky your control is over it, probably, right? So I kind of think that actually the narrative of empire will remain and may actually become even more strident. And so the actions to try and shore that empire up, it's like, you know, the smallest kid in the club, like it's the small guy outside the club at 3 a.m. you got to be worried about, right? It's like that kind of overcompensatory thing. So I think we're going to see more bombing of more countries, and I think we're going to see more of this kind of like beating of the war drum, more posturing.
Brown men have legit swag. Yes. They've been having legitimate swag.
More grandiose narratives, the more the reality is.
This interview sucks. Riz doesn't say Pakistan Zindabad even once. That's crazy. Pakistan Zindabad has become basically my Am Israel high chant in the morning. I wake up, in my mind, I'm thinking Islamabad is the table. Pakistan is at the table. And I say to myself, Pakistan Zindabad. And then I move on with my day. It gives me the energy necessary. My life for Pakistan. Okay, communist Wyomingite. Remember when you apologized for being crazy literally 2 days ago? That was, or maybe it might have even been last night, actually. Look, no, it was 4 days ago. Last time you were gaming, I was being insufferable and a psychotic chanter, and I wanted to say I'm sorry, and I've grown. I want to see that growth. Okay, I want to experience the growth. I want to see the growth. I want you to hold yourself to account. I believe in you. Okay? It seems like some tensions are bubbling up inside of you once again, because you feel like maybe it's your favorite state that you're from is under attack. It's not under attack. Okay? You got me again. I'm sorry I'm being insane again. It's fine. It's a beautiful state. One day I will visit and I will see it with my own 2 eyes. Okay? I understand being sensitive and being a little crazy. If you are literally the only communist in Wyoming, yeah, it probably feels lonely at times. Okay? Turkey is not and will never again be the table. Get used to it, buddy. Don't even bring this up, bro. Turkey is not only no longer the table, Turkey is about to get fucking invaded by Israel, okay? it's the opposite of being the table or at the table. Turkey is close to being Israel's next target, or rather, Turkey is close to being 3 minutes away from developing nuclear arms, if you will. Turkey's no longer at the table. Turkey's being served as a whole ass meal, okay? Come to little Majaristan, Cleveland, Ohio. All right. Anyway, we'll do all of this. We'll get to it. Root it out. Fetterman says key issue should be 100% bipartisan.
For Medicare and Medicaid services, Dr. Oz is putting governors on the clock to clean up the fraud in their states.
Governors, I'm calling on you to act now. Fraudsters and other bad actors are draining Medicaid funds. Within 10
He means Armenians. He means Armenians. I'm not even kidding. He literally is like, yeah, they're doing Armenian-style schemes. Okay, I went to Glendale. I saw with my own 2 eyes. They're doing Medicare fraud Armenian style. We must put an end to it. Okay, if you got an Armenian in your neighborhood, ask them about what kind of medical fraud they're engaging in.
The American people need to know, will you move forward with making sure that providers are revalidated and can be trusted with the care of our most vulnerable citizens? And in 30 days, they need to know what's your timeline and what's your scope.
So will governors step up and protect Medicaid in their states? Let's bring in Senator John Fetterman.
Why are you asking John Fetterman that? What the fuck does John Fetterman know about anything? He doesn't have the talking points downloaded for this. Oh my God, they let him out of his cave, dude. They let the ogre out. He's no longer in the prison that he was in. This is his, I assume, his Senate office. Wow. Big boy's in DC. He's no longer in the bunker.
And Senator Fetterman, always great to see you. I know Dr. Oz was your former opponent. You beat him. You were the senator from Pennsylvania. But I'm wondering what you think of his effort and the government's effort to clean up fraud in these states.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a good thing overall. Absolutely. I mean, rooting out all the fraud, that should be absolutely bipartisan. I don't care if it's in a red state, blue state, wherever that is, root it out. I mean, that's all American taxpayer money. And the more money that you can root out in fraud, that means you can provide more resources for the vulnerable Americans that really actually use that service right now. Absolutely. That should be 100% kind of support thing, regardless of the party.
Absolutely. Another thing that is befuddling me, really, is I was reading this Punchbowl article, and it's about Democrats, some congressional, many of whom probably would love to be a senator rather than a congressman, coming around and not saying whether they will support you in your bid for re-election, potentially.
Why? Why is, first of all, number one, why is Fox News talking about the re-election of a Democratic senator? Interesting. Number two, I will give him credit. He actually said full sentences there. Okay. That was a big day for him. This is a big day for him. He's doing great. He's doing great. He's able to belt out full sentences. So congratulations. There was at least one full sentence in there. Yeah, they put him on the Biden drugs. That's what happened. They put him on the baby spinal fluid. Get yourself out of office, then ogre, stenchy, farting fraudster. Ew. Yeah, there is 0% chance, maybe Chuck Schumer, but aside from that, I don't see many Democrats rushing to endorse John Fetterman's reelection. He is genuinely brain dead. I mean, he is the clearest example of conservatism born out of your mental faculties diminishing. Like, he got hit with a stroke, he stroked out, and he became conservative. It happened in real time. It happened in front of people's eyes. Like, people saw it. We observed it. Like, he is the first case of political CTE, conservative trauma As soon as his mental faculties diminished, he became conservative. He became more reactionary. What more do you want to see?
In 2028. But I saw this Pew poll, and it was in a great article written about you by Celine Zito in the Washington Post. And this Pew poll said that 67% of Republicans, 72% of Democrats said that their parties should be accepting of members who agree with the other side on some issues. So I'm wondering if you see a disconnect between maybe Democrat elected officials and what Democrat voters are actually saying, you as a maverick who really just calls the shots as you see them.
Well, I mean, for example, I'm going to follow what I think is the moral clarity, or that's the right side of history. Upcoming week, there's going to be about 60 days for Epic Fury. I'll remain to be the only Democrat to fully support this. Now, I know that it's very, very toxic as a Democrat to support that, because that's also married to Trump. That's a double stack of very difficult as a Democrat to support it. I've seen the polls. It's about 4% of Democrats support that, but I'm proud to support what's the right thing, and that's where I'm going to remain. I'm going to tell my constituents in Pennsylvania that, hey, I am a Democrat, but I think that doesn't mean that the other side is always wrong, or that they're terrible people, or they're trying to destroy our democracy, because they're your neighbors, they're your friends, they're your family members as well too. So that's where I'm at. I would rather be truthful and be on the right side, especially something like Iran and Israel. That's much, much more important than my career and my standing with my colleagues in the House, definitely.
Senator, when I look at your voting record, you and I are very much opposites. I mean, I'm pro.
Are you guys? Why would you be opposites? What is the last progressive legislation John Fetterman has voted on? And I mean that seriously. Maybe there's some stuff that is just like some stuff that he's doing that I'm not seeing. But like, what are you talking about? He has been unbelievably conservative. He's been so conservative that he's more conservative than the average Republican senator, especially in the way that he communicates on the issue of Israel and Iran. I'm not even joking when I say this. Republican senators are at times more restrained than John fucking Fetterman is. He is literally out meeting Lindsey Graham. Okay? There are very few Republicans that speak this much about being openly and flagrantly Israel first. The last progressive legislation was allowing to buy hot rotisserie chicken with food stamps. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of progressive legislation anyway, but like I'm just saying, there's like messaging bills and stuff. He votes against them. So he's switching parties after the midterms 100%. Dem Senate math is cooked. No, he's going to get, he needs to get primaried out. He is unironically 44 to 47 when it comes to the most conservative Senate members. Oh my God. Wait, shut the fuck up. Oh my God. I guess he was a sponsor of Raise the Wage Act, so that's cool. Is that it? Is that the only thing? He's not sponsoring Medicare for all, no college for all, no block the bombs, discharge war powers resolution, DHS, including ICE appropriations, yes. Oh my God, he's literally, wait, what the fuck? By the way, wonderful that Maggie Hassan is here as well. Bro misclicked. Maggie Hassan is number 46 on this list, which also is very cool. Bro isn't a progressive, he's just P. I mean, he's not a progressive. The world's his oyster. What's next for Fetterman? Is he going to flee to Israel and live in a forest cave and terrorize the Smurfs? Senator John Fetterman receives no support for re-election from Pennsylvania House Democrats. Yeah, he's probably going to move to Israel, I guess. What else can he do? He doesn't love this country. He genuinely, I don't think he even loves Israel. I think he's just being kept alive by the latest Israeli tech to be a reliable vote in support of Israel, or maybe even being kept alive by the latest Republican tech in general. But it's over.
pro-life conservative, you vote like a Democrat. I mean, all the way down. I was looking this week.
Okay, people are saying he's going to be a podcaster. He's going to be on Fox News. Buddy, if you think anyone will give a single solitary shit about what this fucking ogre has to say after he's out of Senate, after he's no longer a Democrat, you're out of your mind. Okay, this is the Joe Manchin conundrum. I kept repeatedly explaining to people over and over again back in the day. Joe Manchin was only relevant and only was able to get tremendous amounts of fundraising dollars because he was a Democratic spoiler. If he was the regular Republican vote from the state of West Virginia, no one would give a shit about him. Okay? No one would care about Joe Manchin, and no one would care about John Fetterman if he was unremarkable, if he was just a regular unremarkable Republican senator from the state of Pennsylvania. So it's the same principle. He's only relevant because he is a Democratic spoiler. Okay? And it's really funny when people talk about how, maybe one day he could become a podcaster or a Fox News host or whatever. He can't. Because he can't talk. He can't fucking talk. So how is he supposed to do this for a living? He can't lobby. Everybody hates him. Again, he can barely communicate. The only reason why they keep putting this ogre man baby on television is because he's a Democrat who keeps talking like Lindsey Graham. That's it.
And then I look at people like Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who he used to support closing the border. He used to support Republican nominees on the other side of the aisle. I know it's changed. Partisan politics has changed that on both sides. But it seems to me that you...
Do you see Ilhan Omar shut down her winery because she's guilty of fraud? What? Guilty of fraud? Ilhan Omar does not have a winery. I assume that's Ilhan Omar's husband. She's being investigated, I mean. Also, let Ilhan Omar do fraud. Okay? That's my take. Put that shit on Fox News if you want. She's allowed. As a treat, Ilhan Omar is allowed to do fraud now. Okay? That's it. That's the socialist fatwa that I have delivered as the woke Ayatollah, the woke Ayatollah, the woke Marxism Ayatollah. I'm saying, let Ilhan Omar do fraud. Okay? Give her a Gundam. Let her do some fraud. She should at least be allowed to beat the shit out of someone who is not even allowed to fight back once a year. Okay? Those are my allowances for Ilhan Omar. The most galling thing is that Connor Lamb ran with Joe Manchin and Fetterman spent the primary pretending he'd be the bane of the right wing. I know. But like, this is a unique case. Like, everybody knows this is a unique case. This is like not even a replicable thing unless there is literally a CIA stroke gun that makes you more conservative, right?
You are the same kind of Democrat that existed 10 years ago, but the party has taken a different direction. Maybe you could say the same of the Republican Party. I don't know. But do you feel you have remained in this line and maybe Schumer and others have gone in a different direction?
Well, what I'm saying is that the Democratic Party is definitely changing. Well, when I was asked what's the leader in the party, I said, yeah, that's easy. That's the TDS. Absolutely. Our beliefs are going the exact opposite of what Trump really supports for this things. And now, for example, like the Democrats love the New York Times, and now the New York Times love Hassan Piker, and Hassan Piker loves Hamas. I mean, they just platform him all the time. And now they're celebrating, shoplifting, and even here saying, well, maybe they have a point to gun innocent COOs down in cold blood. So that's kinds of the parts of bizarre mutation and beliefs within my party. Israel, now that's very, very punishing as a Democrat to stand with Israel now. I'm never going to betray Israel.
Damn, dude. Is still on his mind? Yeah, it's not. Nothing is on his mind. His mind is nothing. There's nothing in there. These are just talking points.
80% of Democrats view
These are just talking points that they give him every day when they're like, all right, John, time to go on Fox News again. Time to go on Fox News. It's your daily Fox News time. He has to be getting mind tortured. No, I think I think in many respects, he might be at peace a little bit, because I feel like he was way more depressed back in the day, probably. Like he wanted to kill himself, but maybe as his mental faculties have deteriorated, I assume that he no longer has even like the self-awareness. So he doesn't want to kill himself any longer because he has no thoughts, right? Because in some respects, I'm saying like he might be too stupid. Genuinely. Ignorance is bliss, and I think that's where he's at this point. He went from Hassan Piker to Israel. He's getting talking points. He's a one-issue politician. Yeah. Hell no. Once he had the stroke, AIPAC stuck his brain with a USB stick.
Israel in a negative light. So
no, he still wants to kill himself, according to his staff. I don't know about that, man. I can't believe the New York Crimes platforms you. I know. I can't believe the New York Times is pro-Hamas now. It's crazy. The New York Times, okay? Maggie Habababa wrote a report that said Benjamin Netanyahu is controlling Trump, and that's a good thing. Why is the New York Times saying that bad? Benjamin Netanyahu control me, and I love it. He is such a good lover. He is selfless. He even gave me extra dog treat after this communication on Fox. He gave me extra dog treat today, and he gave me my favorite chew toy that I can play with afterwards, because he said I keep ripping apart the plushy ones, so I want the Kong one, and he gave me the Kong chew toy today. Thank you, Fox News, and thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, for me, the problem isn't with me. I think the problem is with me that part of the party's just turning their back on the moral clarities.
You know, when I look back in your big 2022 victory, I was looking at some of the numbers. I mean, you absolutely smoked through the primary. I believe you won by 30%. It was an enormous victory. Then you move forward to the...
Yeah, I don't think that's happening again, big dog. Summer Lee for Senate. Abdul's been saying it. I'm saying it too. Summer Lee for Senate.
General, you win that. Democrats have this big pickup in Pennsylvania. They haven't had much success in the Senate after your election from 2022 on. But as we approach the midterms, has anyone come to you, the DNC, anyone saying, like, how do we fix this? How do we recreate what you've done? Or is TDS just that controlling of an ideology?
TDS.
All I know is
Okay. First of all, can I just say something? Like, I know I've been talking about Hassan derangement syndrome a lot lately, and people will be like, wow, that's just like Trump. It's like a derangement has to imply that you are insanely hyper fixated in a way that is inconsistent with the severity of the situation. You can't say TDS when the motherfucker is the president, okay? Like, being deranged about the president or hyper fixating on the things that the president does is not a derangement. It's just politics. Okay? It's so insane. Oh, wow. What are we doing again? I guess the Democrats are criticizing the Republican president again. Like, that's not a derangement. That's just normal politics. What is a derangement, on the other hand, is doing 8 news stories a day about a fucking Twitch streamer as Donald Trump is waging war against Iran at the behest of Israel and nuking the global energy markets. That's a derangement. It's happening right now. You got a fucking ogre that only cares about Israel, who can't even fucking talk on your news broadcast, talking about a motherfucking Twitch streamer. That is the real derangement. You can't just say, oh, wow, the Democrats are obsessed with my president. First of all, John Fetterman being the Democrat himself here. Yeah, this is a derangement, okay? This is a derangement. This is the actual derangement. What is this, true and real?
Today's top story. Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is the worst kind of racist. Anti-white. Hassan Piker makes me uncomfortable about my sexuality. Hassan Piker is Chinese? Mao Zedong. Armenian genocide. He's He's sexist, which is like, I think, which is bad now. He paints his nails. What's that, like fucking gay? A little Chinese firm, Hassan. It's me, Fox News, and I really sincerely care about the direction of. I'm so sincere in my care for. I would never call Democrats bad if not for Hassan. Bah! Hassan Piker kind of sounds like Osama bin Laden, if you like. Hasana bin Laden. Hassan Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Today's top story.
I mean, I wish this was a joke. It's not. I wish this was a fucking joke. I never thought that like whole ass adults would behave in the same way as like internet drama slop tubers who are right wing in their politics, but at least have the decency not to reveal that. So they'll just do like drama slop, and it's a algorithm backed. It's crazy. Jay Caspian Kang says, if an alien came down to Earth and you explained football and politics to them and then showed them this site, they would assume Diana Rossini was the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys and Hassan Piker was the president of the United States. At some point, the media has to get a little bit less self-obsessed. Everything can't be a media narrative when media is dying, There's a world out there. I know. They banned politics from LSF, so they had to outsource the mainstream news. It's just, it doesn't even work. So I don't even know why they're fucking doing it. Like, there is no real goal here, unless you're trying to get me killed, at which point, I guess that's it. I guess that's the only goal that I can identify here with what all of these articles are supposed to do. Because, like, this kind of drama isn't necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of negative polarization that has already taken place with mainstream outlets in general. So it's not going to work as far as like getting people to be like, wow, I really fucking hate this guy who says billionaires are responsible for the issues that we're experiencing, instead of what? Oh wow, I really hate this guy who said Israel is evil. I certainly didn't think that way. Or better yet, I did think that way. I used to think that way, but now that you said this guy is bad for thinking that way, I no longer think that way. I think Israel's good now. It should get all of our tax dollars, as a matter of fact. You're being Corbyn. I know, but it doesn't work, because Corbynism, like the Corbynization, only works if the environment has like positive opinions about Israel in general, associates any kind of criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. Corbynism only works in 2016, 2017, 2018, maybe even in 2022. Corbynism doesn't, you can't Corbynify someone. You can't Corbynize someone in 2026. It doesn't fucking work that way. It literally only ends up boosting their fucking profile. Also, here's the other part of the story. I'm not running for office. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Oh my God. It's unbelievable. These motherfuckers are making it seem like I'm not only running for office, I'm already the president of the Democratic Party, okay? There's a shadow presidency here, and it's me. I'm running the show. I'm running the Democratic Party. I'm the real president of the country. The shadow president. You were my write-in? Okay, I got one vote, dude. I got one write-in vote. One. That's it. 80 million more to go.
Can be just one voice and be a voice of reason and standing with the things that all Democrats should, like secure a border, deport all the criminals, stand with Israel, critical ally. And now remind everybody, every single Democrat has said, Iran can never have a nuclear bomb. Here we are now, we're at the cusp. Why are we able to just walk away from that? A lot of Democrats, that could be a win for Netanyahu or Trump. So I'm proud to be on the right side. And now I know that's very, very, very toxic as a Democrat to do that. That shouldn't have been toxic for a Democrat. In fact, that used to be a lot of things that our Democrats happen to believe.
Yeah, I think you have a key attribute in politics that is hard to find. It's authenticity. I encourage everyone to read that piece by Selena Zito. I enjoyed reading about how you enjoy a hot dog, your big glass of water, your cucumbers, and I even saw in Braddock someone has a flag that says Fetterman for president. So I look forward to following your career, Senator Fetterman.
Be sure to like it.
Oh my God. Oh, here we fucking go. All right. The world's, I mean, the greatest name in late night comedy, okay? The best name in late night comedy, Greg Buttfelt. Okay. Apparently, in this one, the Buttster, the Buttmeister himself, actually talks about potentially coming to my house and testing out my locks, he says, which is incredible.
Stupid, pampered douchebags defend looting.
Would you steal from Whole Foods?
You want to go first?
Yes, and I have under very specific circumstances. I think that
I feel so bad for Gia, bro, because like she just got caught in the fucking crossfire. No one, and I mean no one, experiences this level of scrutiny, this level of heightened scrutiny. When I say that, I mean it sincerely. Like I know in this community, we catch this stuff all the time. So you're like, you are aware of how insane people get. But the average person, even if they have a profile, even if they have like, because Gia is a writer, right? So she has like somewhat of a profile in mainstream media. She's gotten mainstream attention before. She has never received this level of hatred. She has never received this level of hatred before, just by virtue of sitting across from me on a New York Times podcast. I feel so fucking bad.
stealing from a big box store. I'll just state my platform. It's neither very significant as a moral wrong, nor is it significant in any way as protest or direct action. But I did steal from Whole Foods on several occasions.
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because, you know, they steal quite a bit more from their own workers.
But what about the argument that if everyone just starts stealing wantonly from these self-checkout machines, Whole Foods will eventually raise the prices?
Yeah, chaos, full chaos. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Great answer. Corporations don't have locks on their doors. I bet those people do. And I would like to check on that and see if they do dig in. What do you make of this micro looting from these flippant, like, trust fund babies? I think all of them there are well off.
I want to talk about the twit chick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, that shit is fire, bro. Yo, I love laughter. I love comedy.
Showing up at her Brooklyn townhouse with my Sawzall, and I'm cutting a portal right in her front door.
It is true that I challenged Hassan to a debate years ago. I did it publicly on my podcast. This is verifiable. Yeah, I didn't see it, Dave. The fuck? I don't remember this at all. It is also true that Hassan much more recently sent me a message, give me props, and I didn't respond. There's zero contradiction here. Now stop stealing. I'm so confused. This motherfucker's like doing drama with me, and I don't even have any beef with him. It's so strange. Dave Smith lying on Hassan. Comic Dave Smith says he challenged Hassan the Hun to a debate a few times, and Hassan just ended up running. Hassan claims that not to be true, citing a DM he sent Dave Smith giving him props, and Dave never responded to it. He's like, it's weird because, like, I guess he's shadowboxing me, but also it's not even a fight. Like, I want to have a tickle party, and this motherfucker's shadowboxing me instead, and I didn't even know he was shadowboxing me. So why is he coming out like this? It's very strange. Very strange behavior. Bro has been talking to someone completely random, pretending to be you. Yeah, maybe he's talking to one of those like bots who is like, Dave Smith, do you want to see my titties? Dave Smith, I'm Hassan Piker. Please click on crypto wallet and I will do debate with you. I'm Hassan Piker. Do you want to see my titties? Please click on crypto wallet link. Ooh, I'm horny for debate, Dave Smith. He saw your actual DM, though, so he had a chance to challenge you by responding to your DM, and he did it. Yeah, I'm so confused by all of this. You know, you can respond to me via DM, right? I don't know what this one-sided shadow boxing thing you're doing is. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about, man. Good faith question. I'm not in the podcast sphere, but I'm a fan of yours. Is it fair to say you challenged him to debate publicly on your podcast, but he wasn't interested? Is it possible he wasn't aware of the challenge? Great shows this week. See you in Louisville soon. Yes, that's all possible, and thank you. So you said on your podcast to debate you, he responds and you run. Am I getting this wrong? You sure are. No, I didn't know that he was challenging me to a debate. What the fuck is going on here? Why are his fans like twisting themselves into a goddamn pretzel to be like, Dave, we really like you, but this sounds kind of strange. Why are you openly admitting that he DM'd you and you never respond? If you wanted to debate him, why don't you fucking debate him then? Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't watching the latest fucking Dave Smith podcast, you know? I don't watch the Dave Smith podcast. I have seen Dave Smith appearances, mostly around the issue of Israel, which I gave him props for, ironically enough. He's trying to get up off a crumb of your clout in the current media scrum. I know, but it's so dumb to do that in this way. I know he has to like position himself as this like independent thinker on the right. And obviously if you're anywhere ostensibly on the right, you have to say Hassan sucks. I get that. But you could just as easily be like, I'm a free thinker. Okay. I'm a free thinker. And as a free thinker, I will have a normal conversation with Hassan or something. I don't know. Bro, respond to why you haven't replied to the challenge to you I did outside my house in the rainstorm last night. Respond to why you haven't replied replied to my challenge to you I did outside of my own house in the rainstorm last night. I know I yelled loud enough for you to hear me over the wind. Why are you so scared? Yeah. Respond to me. I issued a challenge to you in my living room yesterday. I know you might not have heard it. I am 4,000 miles away from you right now. And I was speaking to a group of friends. And I said, I would destroy this guy in the marketplace of ideas. And you didn't fucking reply. You must be a pussy. I don't know why he's still going on with this. Like, I don't know what the fuck this is about. Like, I don't remember. I don't remember this at all. Yes, you do. Okay. I don't recall. Like, I do not recall this at all. But also, why would he just not respond to my DM then? To be like, hey, let's have a fucking debate about some of our disagreements or something. You know what I mean? It just like doesn't make any sense. The problem with a lot of these people is they know a lot of the manufactured outrage around me when I don't know anything about their worldview at all. So they could just like totally get away in a conversation that we have. They could just totally get away by lying, right? They could just make it seem like they don't believe certain things, or they can make it seem like they've never actually took on certain positions. So they already have that tremendous advantage. Anyone I talk to, they have a laundry list of things that they can pull, that they can lean into to not have a productive conversation, but instead one that is like shit smearing, right? They can just be like, you did this, you did this, you did this. And then it's all, it's just me turning around and being like, that's not true. This is what happened instead. Right? So they already have this massive advantage. Why not accept this debate challenge now? What do you mean? I'm saying we can do it. What? Hello? Ball's in his court, buddy. What the fuck are you talking about? I just said, you know, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Check Hoscord Comrade Board stat. What happened? What is going on? Oh, here we go. What is it? Where the fuck is Comrade Board? I don't even know where it is. Oh, you're fucking such a liar, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Did he DM Hasanabi Productions? Is that what it is? No, he's lying, right? He's lying. There's no shot because Hasanabi Productions would have fucking informed us. He is 100%. He's 100% trying to fucking farm. He is trying to farm Comrade Board points. He's trying to farm smugs. I don't even know if people do smugs anymore. It doesn't seem like it. Yeah, he's trying to farm KWs and sobs on the Comrade Board. And you guys are giving it to him. You guys are giving it to him. Don't give him what he wants.
And I'm going in. Because I did look up who she's married to, and I'm gonna go in and I'm just gonna take some of her children's juice boxes every now and then, and I will.
Dude, what's wrong with these people, bro? Republicans are so strange. Like, you'll be like, hey, the real problem is the systematic looting that takes place against the working class in this country. So I don't give a shit if like a poor person is stealing a loaf of bread from Whole Foods. Who gives a fuck, right? And they go, oh yeah? Well, I'm going to rape and kill you. I'm going to come to your house with a gun and I'm going to murder you. I'm going to steal your shit. I'm going to fucking kill you dead with a gun. I'm going to shoot you in front of your family. I'm going to horrify everybody. It's like, what are you saying? What are you saying? This is not how normal conversations take place. This is not like owning someone in the fucking marketplace of ideas. Why are you so fucking deranged? Why? Why are you so deranged, dude? She literally said, I'm going to steal your children's juice boxes, bro. Are you fucking all right? Is your brain okay? What the fuck's going on? Yeah, moral panic about people with zero societal power shoplifting at Whole Foods while billionaires and corporations raise human civilization into the ground amid U.S.-funded genocide. Like, are you not embarrassed? No. I don't give a fuck about shoplifting because it doesn't harm anyone. Wealth hoarding and the commodification of basic human needs harms unsaid numbers of people and is actively violent, but is seen as acceptable behavior because punching down is the system at work while punching up is a crime, which is ironically the point I was making as well. What a fucking crazy world we live in. What's worse is that there are a lot of people, I think, that have that conservative demon in their minds, right? There's a lot of wonderful people in general, all around the world, people that you know, people that you might even love, who hear this and go, you know what, that's a fine point. There is this attitude that some Americans have, I call it peasant mentality, right? Where they're like, oh no, I will defend the systems unconditionally. I'm its most loyal servant. I'm its most loyal vanguard. I am the vanguard that will defend the billionaires and the millionaires and the big corporations, even when they steal from me, even when they fuck me over, even when they poison my water supply. I don't give a shit. I'll defend it. And it doesn't make sense. I don't understand it, dude. Just like think. When someone tries to explain to you that like the reason why you feel the economic struggle on a day-to-day basis is because this system is designed this way. The system is designed in a way where it fucks you over. And it also it's also designed in a way where you never think about it. The moment of thinking about it shouldn't be met with immediate resistance to be like, no! How dare you say this system is designed in a way that fucks me over? I think it's the immigrants. Excuse me. I think it is the immigrants, actually. It's not the billionaires and the mega corporations. They would never harm me. They're good.
Show back up with my reciprocating saw just after you've had your door fixed. Because that's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And people who work in retail or who have to work jobs when they're teenagers actually understand the downside of theft, because if you work in a store that has too much shrink, your store gets closed.
Yes.
If it's a chain, and people lose their job.
And they're always in like neighborhoods that actually needed the drugstores.
Right.
Those are the ones that close. Those don't know that. Excuse my language. Kennedy. I want to point to another elitist lefty douche. She's the lead singer of The Strokes, Julian Casablancas. Remember, his dad was like,
king of late night comedy, baby. He's real mad. Julian Casablancas. I hate that guy. Why? Because he said American Zionists are constantly portraying themselves as fucking victims while they're actively trying to defend a genocide when the real victims are the Palestinians. Okay? American Zionists present themselves as victims, and not only just victims, but also they present themselves as victims akin to black people living under slavery. while their ultimate goal is to defend the state of Israel when the real victims are the Palestinians. That's what he said. It was incredible.
John Casablancas.
Yes. Wasn't he charged with like rape and stuff? He was a really bad perv anyway. We won't talk about.
You're Greg Buttfeld. What are you talking about? You've dedicated. First of all, I have no idea what the fuck happened with Julian Casablancas, whatever. You're Greg Buttfeld. You're Mr. Me Too is fake. What are you talking about? The president that you defend is a rapist. The guy who threatened you got banned. Now he's definitely going to try and kill me. I mean, even the fact that he goes rape and stuff, the fact that he says rape and stuff undermines the argument that he's trying to even fucking present.
About that, but they were all socialites. Now they're socialists and anti-Semites.
King of late night, Greg Buttfeld. Omega woke. When did this happen? Dude. Oh, Julian's dad is French Epstein? Yeah, I'm not doing sins of the father here. Trump was friends with John Casablancas and they ran modeling agencies together. Casablancas was friends with Donald Trump and elite model management, represented his daughter Ivanka when she became a fashion model at the age of... Oh my God. Wait. Are you telling me that they're shitting on another Epstein affiliate who happens to be his father? They're shitting on an Epstein affiliate while defending the Epstein affiliate that's the president? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? They're doing the San Francisco Chronicle article. They're literally doing the thing that the San Francisco Chronicle did. Where they were like, oh, you speak out about Israel? Well, guess what? You might have been a victim of Jeffrey Epstein at a certain point. Ha ha! How dare you? Here's some accountability. Here's some accountability, Julian. What the fuck? None of this makes sense. Julian is estranged from his father since he was 8. Okay, but here's the thing. That still doesn't make sense. Because if in your moral system, you're saying Epstein is bad and all of his affiliates are demonic, which I agree with. That's what I believe, okay? You can't defend the fucking president who's the main Epstein affiliate. Okay? I believe that, Greg. You don't. What are you talking about? And it obviously doesn't make sense when you're talking about a dude who was like fucking 8 years old. Tarek. 87 months. Holy moly. Eyvallah, Tarek.
What is another take? Give me another one. These are really good.
You want the most controversial one? American Zionists get the benefits of, white privileged people, but talk like they are black people during slavery.
100% agree. I've never seen something so shocking where they're like, I'm so
oppressed.
I'm an oppressed person. I'm like, you are going to a wedding in Tel Aviv right now when there are 80,000 dead people and more, 80,000 plus dead people, including women and children, half a mile away.
Kennedy. So, the Jews aren't really targeted by Hamas or anything because they're
the
just
far
white.
Right, the far left.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty much everyone
Yeah.
who's not a rational person, kind of.
Why? Okay, let me ask you. So you see that other dude, I can't remember, Hassan, whatever his face is, and then you got this guy. It's like, what is behind? They live they live completely differently than the way they speak. They don't want chaos.
No, absolutely not. And
no, we don't. We don't want chaos. No, I don't want chaos. I'm saying chaos is already here. Okay, chaos is not happening in your neighborhood, Greg Buttfeld. Okay, but chaos is happening to many Americans. Many Americans, many ordinary Americans in their lives is filled with chaos. Chaos born out of living under the system that is deliberately designed to fuck them over. Chaos exists for them in a permanent basis, and that's precisely the reason why sometimes people flip in that chaos and do decentralized acts of violence, which I don't think is productive or good. That's it. That's the argument that I'm making. I'm saying chaos is already happening. It's just not happening to you. So you literally don't see it, or you're tasked with refusing to see it. You're tasked, you get paid to make it seem like all this chaos that's happening to the poor people is happening on their own volition because of their own moral failing.
Casablancas, he's the lead singer of The Strokes. His band has sucked for a long time. They had a pretty good record in 2020, but you know, everything like the 10 years before, and I'm sure the 10 years after, will be pretty much garbage because he is a Nepo baby who has lost the muse.
Yeah.
And now he's trying to find relevance by going to the most extreme progressive talking points that, you know, he probably cribs from Hassan Piker, who was the guy in the first video that you showed. And the people they're trying to appeal to, like the radicals, they're already there, and they are one hot take away from completely turning their backs on these people.
Yeah.
Because like the audience that they're going for is incredibly fickle. But also, you know, back to the point about shoplifting. So they interviewed a bunch of people who were on food stamps, you know, who do occasionally go to Whole Foods and take advantage of the sales and, you know, trying to find healthy food. And they're like, if we tried to do that, one woman's like, I'm a black single mom. I would get arrested.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, no shit. And my point was that shouldn't happen. Okay. My point is, and I mentioned this, but I don't think it made it into the final cut. One of the more egregious aspects of this also is the fact, and I don't know, maybe it was in the video. It's obviously not clipped though. Was one of the more egregious parts about this process is that in the United States of America, you literally have to throw the food out at the end of the day, like bakeries, pastries, baked goods, things that are perishable, they get thrown out instead of being delivered to the people that desperately need it. In other countries, like France, for example, this is illegal. Okay? It's illegal not to utilize the food at the end of the day. And the only reason for why that exists is because we have to keep food prices stable. It's for profit. Okay? It's yet another glaringly obvious example of American corporations running the system and putting profits over the interests of people. No, it's not fucking liability reasons. That's bullshit. That is a bullshit. That is a bullshit ass reason that corporations have designed the system claim is the reason why they can't give the food out. No, it's to keep prices stable. Because if people know that you can just get free food at the end of the, if you get free food at the end of the day, it's definitely liability reasons. I was on a suit for that a few years ago. Not the only reason. Brother. One, you can literally make it illegal, or you can volunteer. You can revoke your liability. Okay. You can volunteer away your liability if you want to get this fucking food. But once again, is there no liability in France? Why the fuck do they already have this in the law in a place like France, for example, where at the end of the day, your perishable goods are distributed? I'm telling you right now, the whole liability law is designed so they have a good reason to throw the food out instead of giving it away. Not exactly right about France. Someone recently got a sentence to pay a fee because they pick up food from dumpsters and distribute them back to the poor. It's an ongoing evolution, but sure, better than the U.S., absolutely. That law, that liability law exists so you can point to it to have plausible deniability as a corporation. Okay? Yeah. Bill Emerson, Good Samaritan Act of 1996. We have protections as well, but companies still throw away the food.
they're telling me to go into Whole Foods and steal. And, you know, to Dagan's point, the Fancy Pants lives in a $2.5 million brownstone in Brooklyn. Like, they are rich people who are completely out of touch. And what this guy is saying is also so out of touch, because you're talking about a group of people who are subjected to a genocide, who in this day and age in this city are subjected to talk of genocide constantly. Like, they're worried about genocide. They don't have to compare themselves to anyone. They have their own unique problems that these guys very convenient.
Are you saying that those who are pro-Israel in the United States of America, I think she's trying to say like Jews, right? She's doing a substitute for American Zionists as like American Jews, right? She just like jumped over that point immediately. But the initial claim being made is those living in the United States of America, that are pro-Israel, that are Zionists in the United States of America, it doesn't matter if they're Jews or Christian or even Muslim, right? Like, it doesn't matter what their background is, are presenting themselves as though they are the main victims here because people dunk on them and yell at them for being pro-Israel as Israel's continuing to do a genocide. She's saying the real problem here is that, you know, I'll entertain her argument. I think she's trying to say American Jews are constantly a threat of genocide. Okay? That's an insane argument to make. I'm sorry. That's an insane argument to make. Okay? Even if that is the argument that you're trying to present here, that's a psychotic argument to make. It's fucking delusional. Why are we taking this seriously? Okay? That is just leaning into the hysteria of folks. And guess what? There is real systemic racism that black people face in the current criminal justice system, in the current American design. And if a black person were to come out and say, oh, there's a real genocide happening towards black people, you guys would talk about it endlessly. You would make fun of them. You'd make fun of them endlessly. As a matter of fact, it's probably not that difficult to find Greg Gutfeld doing just that. If I were to search Greg Gutfeld, black victimhood or something like that, I'd probably find a million different clips of Greg talking about how, like, black people, they have the greatest, they're in a profoundly privileged position by simply being here. They should be thankful that, like, white people brought them over here so they can live in the lap of luxury in modernity and Western civilization. All this fucking gross white supremacist bullshit. Meanwhile, you have the audacity to be like, if your argument is American Jews, okay, if that's the argument you're making, you're saying American Jews living in New York, okay, or American Jews living in the United States of America are at any moment, be victim to a genocide, an anti-Jewish genocide? Are you out of your fucking mind? What are we doing? This is literally DEI anti-DEI except for Jewish people. Like, from their perspective, from their framework, they're saying, like, DEI is all fake, gay, wrong, bullshit, except you unironically have to do this comical version of DEI that Republicans present the Republican framing of DEI, but, like, sincerely for American Jews. It's unbelievable.
Just turn their back on and will never acknowledge what Hamas has done to Palestine.
Yeah. Tyrus, when you walk into a Walgreens or a CVS, everything is locked up. That's not chaos. That's just the hyper security you get.
Well, I'm relieved because I thought that was just a Tyrus thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This guy's off the juice. Holy shit. He looks like he dropped 100 pounds, bro. What the hell? Tyrus used to be brawling. What the fuck happened?
Here he comes. Quick. I just have one question. Who watches this?
Yeah.
My God, like, for real, like, the whatever the first thing was.
Yeah.
Was the host the big one?
I couldn't tell.
Because you can't host if you are out of breath when you talk.
Yeah.
She didn't get through the sentence. Did y'all not see that? She acted like she was on a Stairmaster that somebody accidentally put on 10 because she was like, "Do you guys ever? And then went in right into Star.
It's awesome. Yeah, Kratos, how dare you? That's not Kratos. Don't ever compare Kratos, the dad of war, to fucking this guy who very famously was like, "Oh, can I squeeze your titties?" Can I squeeze your titties, please? To his co-host.
Starbucks voice, when we steal,
He's the
chud of war. I don't think anyone's watching this, but it's an echo chamber. I don't think no one's like, yo, let's watch the pudgy girl run out of breath while she talks about the dude who thinks he's Matt Walsh and the other chick who can't make up, or whatever she did to her face. Is she a clown? What?
The dude who thinks he's Matt Walsh, fucking gross, dude. Oh my God, ew. Ew, you have to be living on a totally separate planet if you think that being compared to Matt Walsh is anything positive.
What the hell happened to her cheeks?
Yeah.
Is that her pregame ritual? I steal. She looks like an angry squirrel.
Yeah, she's.
No, she's Canadian.
Oh, Charlie, Tyrus makes a good point that, like, probably we amplify this more than we probably get more viewers for them.
But I mean, how do you resist? It's so fun. These people are so ridiculous, and it's so fun to make fun of them. I don't think any serious person is listening to any of this crap. And these guys.
Yeah, if you're talking about the Greg Buttfeld show, then yes, no serious person is listening to that except for us. Now we're listening to it.
On the subway, they're just like mugging for TikTok. They've heard something and they want to sound smart. They want to sound dangerous, so they say stupid stuff. You can have all kinds of reasonable conversations about Israel and the war and all that kind of stuff. But this is just, the idea that somehow they're all Israelis are slavers is ridiculous. I also love if that lady, what did you call her? The TikTok lady, the twit gal, the twit chick. If she heard Dagon threatening to come to ours, the only thing she would say is, "What's a sawzall?"
I would say that.
All right, thanks. Damn, dude, that's peak comedy, baby. You already know. That's peak comedy. All right, let's get to some serious news. I know we do mostly fuck Hassan coverage around these parts. Obviously, it's the most important, most consequential news story of all time. We're gonna get to situation monitoring. We're gonna get to Iran. Honestly, also Jeet here had this final take. Honestly, if you want to marginalize Piker, the smart play would be to ignore him. We're in such a fractured media environment that he'd remain prominent in his niche, but not have wider visibility. But the reactionary centrists and right-wing liberals can't help themselves. They have an itch, and that they need to keep scratching that itch, so they're elevating Piker by denunciation. It's a strange dynamic. Yeah. I have consistently said over and over again that I don't have this level of emotion that you guys are issuing to me. I don't know why you perceive me as such a major threat, but I'll take it. But they're Streisanding me into oblivion currently. Are you seeing your numbers up since these attacks? Not necessarily. I think, to a certain degree, it has gone up for sure. But I don't really care about my numbers going up regardless. What I do care about is the direction that American politics is heading, right? And there is definitely a little bit of room for excitement there. We have, for the first time ever, a positive trajectory, a positive outlook. You have guys like Abdullah Sayed, Chris Robb, Cori Bush, people that I'm going to be leaning into that have more representative politics, that have a real likelihood of winning their elections, changing the American Democratic Party for the first time. Into a party that is more responsive to class first politics, more responsive to the politics that revolves around the majority, the real majority, the American working class. So that is, oh no, Klay Thompson, oh no. Megan Thee Stallion said, cheating had me around your whole family playing house, got Kofi holding you down through all your horrible mood swings and treatment towards me during your basketball season. Now you don't know if you can be monogamous. Bitch, I need a real break after this one. Bye, y'all. Oh my God, that is a generational fumble. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Klay Thompson, this was the best thing that has ever happened to you in your damn life, dude. How? How is that possible? That's Megan Thee Stallion. Are you fucking serious? How the fuck? Bro, this is more important. This is more important than this is the one ring you should be paying attention to, not the motherfucking NBA rings, okay? That was the ring. How the fuck do you fumble Megan Thee Stallion, bro? That is crazy. That is crazy. That I don't even know what to say. Words escape me, okay? If this is real, this is one of the worst things I've ever seen anybody do, okay? That's like fumbling Dua Lipa, okay? That's like fumbling Dua Lipa. It's like Megan Thee Stallion is in the anime, has like all of the unique interests. She's dope. She's super successful. It just doesn't make any sense. Trevor Noah nachos. Oh my God, I forgot. Bro had her cooking for his family. Yeah. That's crazy. She twerked on the She-Hulk show on Disney. Okay, that's not that relevant. Ben Sport. He named his boat after her. He named his boat after her. That is the fumble of the century. Straight up. That's how you know he doesn't have ultra instinct. He can't lock in. Okay, I'm sorry. Must have gotten carried the entire way. Okay. Take his rings away. Those are Mickey Mouse rings. He was carried. I'll say it. He was carried. Okay. He was. That's the real Mickey Mouse rings. Yeah. Without Steph Curry, he's washed. True. Because you had the opportunity to focus on the one ring, the one true ring, Lord of the Rings style, okay? The real ring. And you fucked it up. Imagine telling someone in a vacuum which one of these two cheated on the other. True. Literally. I will see Klay Thompson in hell. Meg is so bad, I must respect it. Don't you dare, Hassani, get some clutch threes in the playoffs. Yeah, buddy. Sometimes it's the 1-3 that you do miss that matters the most. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about that? Because obviously, if he was a fucking real W-Mans, if he was a real clutch shooter, he wouldn't have fucking missed on this. This is the real buzzer beater. This is the buzzer beater of life, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? This is the one that he had. Like, the craziest thing is, this was already a lock, okay? This was already a lock for him, and he fumbled it. That's crazy. Where's your ring, old man? Don't even get me started. Too much of a shooter. He was shooting somewhere else. Yeah, but it's like, bro, you know what this is like? This is like playing ones in your fucking local outdoors court if you're like a professional NBA player, okay? There is no reason to do that, okay? That's what he was doing. That's what he was doing. It's like being in the fucking playoffs and being like, oh, I gotta go play some one-on-ones on concrete outdoors against dudes who are gonna throw elbows in my face and put their fucking feet under me as I'm taking 3-point shots, okay? That doesn't make any sense. This is the type of greed they wrote about in the Bible. What are you doing? What are you doing? All right, we're moving on. I'm getting pissed off. They also recently bought a house together. He had a 10, but he wanted 10 plus. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. You just that's in your own imagination. That doesn't exist. It's not a real design. Klay has a history of cheating, and honestly, sometimes you get bored of the same person / sex. I get where Klay is coming from. What the fucking hell are you talking about? What is this fucking mentality? What are you... Bro, be an adult. Be an adult. Be an adult. Be a normal person, please. Be a normal person. I get where Klay Thompson's coming from. Chatter is sitting in his crusty fucking boxers that he hasn't changed out of. I'm joking. I'm kidding, Lamau. Yeah, dude, if I was dating Megan Thee Stallion, I'd probably fuck around too, bro. That's so funny. Yeah, sorry. This is more serious than anything that we've talked about. So no jokes allowed here.
Legalize comedy.
No jokes allowed. No jokes allowed on this one, okay? Dude, that is... Everyone's going to make fun of him, right? Like, that's one of those things where everyone's going to be like, what the fuck were you thinking, dumbass? Like, what an insane thing to do. What an unbelievable, spectacular flub. Greatest flub of all time. Megan Thee Stallion was sitting courtside with Klay's mother. Oh my God. Oh.
No.
That's crazy. He went from, oh, you're that basketball player to, oh, you're the guy who cheated on Megan Thee Stallion. You know Clay's mother is on her side too? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Klay Thompson's mom is like, I should have whooped your ass. I should have whooped your fucking ass when you were growing up. That is crazy. What are you doing? 5 salute for Megan. Bro, here's a solution for you, okay? Just kirk it. Like, what are you doing? Just hit the fucking, just kirk your shit once a night. What are you doing? I know you're like 80 games. You're fucking flying around all the time, okay? Just fucking kirk your shit twice for good measure. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? If you're not going to DM her, I will. Okay, good luck, Comrade Ray. I believe in you. All light skins cheat. That's crazy. That's oh man. All right. That's colorism. We don't do that around these parts, okay? Bruh. That's colorism. Not even once, okay? Not even once. No, take me off. Nope, too late, baby Jenna. You already said what you said. Stop talking about Klay Thompson, bro, for real. What do you mean? This is beyond sports, okay? Yeah, that was reverse colorism. Oh my God. Oh, that's how you know it's over. I knew Klay had that dog in him, says DJ Academics. Ain't no rapper finna turn my boy into a cuck. Ain't nobody bigger than the program. He started cheating day one. Real bruh shit. That is how you know you failed. Okay. This is confirmation. I mean, we already knew, right? We already knew that this was a generational fumble, but I think that confirms it, right? When you have DJ Academics on your side, that's how you know you made the worst decision of all time. He's gonna have all those losers on Twitter riding his meat, bro. Oh God, again, worse. It just gets worse. It just gets worse and worse. This guy cheated on Megan. Yeah, that's how you know you fucked up. You got the Ak cosign. Anyway, you see the guy that Thompson sent a cease and desist to for making Klay Thompson gay edits? What? That's crazy. Maybe that's what did it. He was like, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I want to have even more sex. I'm having extra sex. I'm not gay. Fuck you. All right. Let's get to it. Speaking of generational fumbles, Donald Trump and the United States of America, who has participated in the generational fumble. So Donald Trump did the classic thing that you do when you have all the leverage, okay? When you have all the leverage in the world and you decide to be like, I didn't even want to do that. I didn't even want to do this deal. I didn't even want to negotiate. Shut up. The foreign minister of Iran was on a trip to Islamabad, okay? And a lot of people were speculating, oh, does this mean that the talks are back on? But the Iranian government very clearly stated, no, this trip is just for bilateral talks between Iran and Pakistan, right? And Donald Trump has already done this. Donald Trump has already done this. You can't fire me. I quit bullshit like 15 times so far. And he chose to do it again. Since Arakshi was going to Islamabad, Donald Trump said, all right, fuck it. We're sending Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to Islamabad as well because Pakistan is at the table. Pakistan is the table, right? Amidst claiming that we have won and we've destroyed their Navy, we've destroyed their Air Force, we've destroyed Iran, and we're going to destroy it even harder over and over again for like the past 50 plus days at this point. Donald Trump was like, all right, I guess we'll send our envoys. We'll send our envoys to Iran. And then he straight up turned around and said, here's Trump an hour ago, literally saying what he tweeted, Law. Yeah. Trump now says he's not sending Witkoff and Kushner to Pakistan after Foreign Minister Arakshi leaves. This has happened repeatedly. Trump claims the Iranians are begging for talks. Iran says it is false. The U.S. says Iran is lying, and then it becomes clear Iran meant what it said. And this has happened over and over again. And the media also plays a role in this, for sure. The media also absolutely reports on whatever the fuck Trump is saying as though it's real. No, Trump is right. The U.S. is refusing talks with Iran like I'm refusing to be best friends with LeBron. Yeah, he keeps hitting me up. He's like, Hassan, let's be besties. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't have time for you right now, LeBron. You should focus on, playing games, right? Winning. You should focus on winning. You got the playoffs. Like, don't worry about it. I can't deal with it. I have too much on my timeline right now. I have too much work that I have to focus on. It's fine. Like, it's similar, like he's always hitting me up. I'm like, nah, it's fine, dude. Şengün, on the other hand, Alperen, hit me up. We can be homies. Kind of feels like you got more time now. So Şengün, LeBron up 3-0, by the way. I'm just saying it's Şengün is a disgusting player, bruv. Yeah, I chill out. Okay, cool on that shit. Chill out. Well, you and LeBron do like to wear similar outfits. Probably like to go to the same parties too. Okay. Şengün finna be in Cancun soon. Okay, calm down. Bro, they said Şengün runs like he's got titties. Yo, everybody, cool. Okay, chill. Okay, the Turks have already taken too much damage. Pakistan is now the table. It's no longer Turkey. That's already a big hit. And now you're going to come after Alperen Şengün. Even me, I'm getting my ass eat on camera every day by fucking Fox News and shit. Not a good time for Turks internationally. We are not doing all right, okay? Israel's talking about how Erdogan is developing nukes. It's not a good time. 2026 has not been a good year for the Turks. Eric Adams, ever since Eric Adams was kicked out for being too cool and just wanting to do trips to Turkey, everything's gone downhill, man.
You probably heard that we canceled the trip. We have all the cards. We're not going to spend 15 hours in airplanes all the time going back and forth to be giving a document that was not good enough. And so we'll deal by telephone, and they can call us anytime they want.
Oh my God, he's doing the same thing he did with Xi Jinping. Oh my God. Chat, remember when he was like, I'm doing Xi, he wants to call me so bad. He just lost my number. He wants to call me so bad because I'm doing tariffs. He's doing the same shit. Remember, he would go on television and be like, call me Xi. Call me by your name. I will be your twink. I will be your young twink friend. Xi, call me. Call me, Xi. Why won't he call me? He's gonna call me. He just doesn't have my number. He's lost it.
Again, we have all the cards. They have no military left, practically. They have no leaders left. We don't know who the leaders are. Nobody knows who the leader. I don't think they know who the leaders are.
He never said that, by the way. Yes, he did. He said all those things. Spiritually. It is very funny. This has happened now 3 times and probably will continue happening. This is spiritually in line with the, why won't she call me? I bet he'll call me anytime now. And also it reminds me of him going, Vladimir, no. Remember when the Ukraine talks were supposed to happen and he's like, day one, I'll fix it. And then he started talking to Vladimir Putin, and he's like, Vladimir Putin kept, entertaining the prospect of a ceasefire while using that as an opportunity to keep pummeling fucking Ukraine. And he was like, Vladimir, Vladipo, why are you doing this? Come on, this isn't you, Putin. This isn't you. We're such good friends.
So, you saw that. You probably.
I cannot believe how fucking motionless we are. It is unbelievable. Trump needs to fix this shit before the Xi Jinping summit, okay? It's supposed to happen in May. All right? It's coming. It's coming up in like a couple weeks, like 3 weeks from now. And he needs to fucking nip this shit in the bud before he goes to Beijing. If he still has this problem when he's going to Beijing, it's fucking over, right? It's done. It's cooked. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. I mean, it's a hilarious situation. But yeah, here is his truth video and some analysis. I gotta pee real quick.
President Donald Trump has just posted on social media, on his Truth Social account, saying, "I just cancelled the trip of my representatives going is Islamabad, I think it means to Islamabad, Pakistan, to meet with the Iranians. Too much time wasted on traveling, too much work. Besides which, there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. Nobody knows who is in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards. They have none. If they want to talk, all they have to do is call." Let's go to Osama bin Javaid. He's live for us from the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. So looking at that latest Truth Social, where does that leave the mediation effort by Pakistan that one assumes they were trying to arrange some kind of meeting between the two sides?
Sami, we've just read it together, as you mentioned it on the air, that President Donald Trump has essentially cancelled the trip that the White House had just advertised about 24 hours ago. In reaction to which the Iranians had said there is no request that they have made. They're not going to talk to the Americans, and they will only speak to them once the blockade is lifted, as per the conditions which were set in the first round. Remember how the first round ended? Well, J.D. Vance, who was supposed to carry on with the negotiations, in the middle of them, after 21 hours, got up and left and said, "This is our best and final offer," and the Iranians take it or leave it. And then you saw all that happened in the background. So now this statement coming from the US president essentially, again, just pours cold water on all of the hope that there is a diplomatic way out of this. As we've been reporting in the last week, there's been a multitude of efforts that have been made by various parties, spearheaded by Pakistan, where these talks were supposed to happen. Again, we heard from the Iranian visiting delegation that the Iranians are going to stand by the rules that they have set for these negotiations, the 10 points that were agreed upon between them and the United States, and they were willing to come back to the table if the United States abides by them. And then there's the sticking point. Why did we get here? Well, in the last week, when the ceasefire was extended by the US government, the Iranians opened the Strait of Hormuz, but the Americans insisted they do not want to lift the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz that they have implemented. And the US president said, again, that they have all the cards. So it appears that diplomacy, which had so much hope, is again taking a backseat. What does this actually mean? Well, we'll have to wait and see, because this has just come now. I was speaking to some of the reporters who've been texting and calling President Donald Trump, and some of them who the president had said should stay in Islamabad have been told to come home.
What are you hearing, Osama, from Pakistani mediators? What's the bottom line here? Does this mean that at least the current round of efforts to try and arrange another face-to-face meeting are now, for now, at a dead end?
Well, it is still very early, because this has all happened in the last few minutes. So we'll have to wait and see. But officials, including diplomats, security officials, politicians, and bureaucrats that I've been speaking to, I don't think that they will see this as the end of the tunnel, because you see, if you've been dealing with the presidency of US President Donald J. Trump, you expect there are going to be some grenades waiting for you in the diplomatic track. So I imagine, and I will have to wait and see what they say, that they will try to reestablish some contact. As we've been told, that diplomacy is best done behind closed doors, and none of the details that have been discussed between them, the Pakistanis, the Americans, and the Iranians have not been made public. We also know that the Pakistanis are not alone in this. They've got the backing of Saudi Arabia, the Egyptians, the Turks. This Quad has been spearheading efforts. We also know that in the last 24 hours, the Emir of Qatar has made calls to the US president, urging him to stick to whatever their deal is about a ceasefire and not going towards open conflict. But on the same coin, you've been hearing from the Iranians and warning about the US's track his track record, because the last 2 times, whether it was in Geneva or Oman, when they were in negotiations, the US and Israel have attacked them. And it was through various Iranian officials that you were hearing.
What will he do about the 1973 War Powers Act? Ignore it? Brother, when's the last time an American president cared about that shit? Come on, dude. Of course he's going to ignore it. I mean, he ignores things. He ignores the Constitution in ways that previous presidents haven't. So, of course, he's going to continue ignoring this in ways that previous presidents have also ignored. Rules, regulations, legislation, the Constitution, these are all concepts that we now know only matter if there is an institution that is willing to hold the president to account. Okay? If there's no accountability, then these things are just niceties that you can choose not to abide by. And Donald Trump has openly shown that there's not really any mechanism in place that will hold him to account. I guess like there's one aspect of this, you know, winning the House of Representatives, winning the Senate, so you can at least have a little bit more leverage over the administration. But at the end of the day, even then you'll have a slim majority at best, and plenty of corporate Democrats who will always find enough votes to fuck over the goal of creating an environment of accountability against this president. So it's just not, you know, social contract is violated over and over again. The notion of a competent government is gone. Everything is fucked.
That they do not trust the United States. The trust deficit is huge. And this is something that the negotiators and the mediators were trying to pull them through, that this sea of trust that exists between them builds some bridges. And I've been told that they were able to build some bridges. That is why you were seeing all of those movements. Again, the US president has just said that he's calling it off. Does that mean diplomacy is dead? Does that mean that the Americans are pulling out? Well, we'll have to wait and see, because the US president makes a lot of statements that have a lot of clarifications coming after it from the White House.
Okay, so Osama bin Javaid updating us from Islamabad in Pakistan.
And breaking right now, President Trump just moments ago exclusively telling me over the phone that he has unilaterally canceled Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner's trip to Pakistan to meet with the Iranians. The president says it's not worth his people making the 18-hour flight when he says we have all the cards. He also told me the Iranians can call by phone anytime they want. Our Matt Finn is live in Dubai right now with much more on this breaking new information that sort of changes everything that we thought was going to happen. Matt?
Yeah, here we are again, Aisha. Our team just returned from Pakistan, where we were waiting for the second round of peace talks that never manifested. Our understanding was earlier in the week the vice president was ready and willing to fly to Pakistan.
And then we hear from Fox News, like, this is an endless cycle, right? Donald Trump lies. Even normal media outlets, like the supposedly unbiased, like liberal media outlets, will cover that lie as though it's serious, as though it's real. And then you'll go to Fox News, and Fox News will be like, this is incredible. It's brave, really. It shows how mighty America is. Like, there's just a range of different news coverage that we see every day. Donald Trump lies about something. CNN covers it with a little bit of skepticism. They'll have a panel that's like filled to the brim with the Scott Jennings of the world, who will still offer defenses for Donald Trump. And then we'll turn to Fox News, and Fox News will be like, Donald Trump showed exceptional bravery and strength by claiming that peace talks were on the table when there was no indication that they were from the Iranian side, and now that he realizes that Arakshi has already left Pakistan, then it would look embarrassing for Trump to send his envoys to Islamabad after Arakshi left, the foreign minister. So he chose to pull back as though there was any sort of ceasefire talks on the table. It's very obvious that Iran is not going to play ball until America abides by some of the initial demands that Iran had made, and the American blockade on top of the Iranian blockade. If they don't do that, then there's no good faith negotiations that can take place. It's understandable that Iran is skeptical, considering that America, under Trump's leadership, has engaged in perfidy twice and started bombing Iran twice during negotiations. Negotiations where the Iranian side was willing to concede to American maximalist demands. So why should they? Doesn't make any sense.
But the Iranian delegation was not ready to go at that point. Now, today, we were waiting for this second round of peace talks to maybe develop, because it was yesterday that White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, on your show as you were anchoring, told Fox that Iran had asked to meet in person and that the White House was sending a delegation to Pakistan today, but it looks like that is not happening. Now, one thing the Pakistani Prime Minister's office is confirming, it says that the Foreign Minister Arachi did meet with the Iranian delegation today. They did talk about the, quote, current regional situation. So you have to imagine that would likely include the ongoing war. So it's possible there's a scenario where Iran relayed information to Pakistan that Pakistan will now give to the United States. Our understanding was earlier this week, the U.S. delegation was ready and willing to go to Pakistan. They were again today. Now, one of the sticking points here seems to be, of course, enrichment, whether Iran is willing to give up its nuclear program, as the United States is demanding. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and the president insist that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Another layer there is whether Iran will allow the United States to remove uranium, enriched uranium, from their country. Now, the Iran ambassador to India posted earlier today on the matter, negotiations can only lead to a proper outcome when our adversaries recognize our nation's right to the peaceful use of nuclear energy, kind of signaling there that Iran is going to fight for its nuclear program. Obviously, this is a developing situation. Aisha, you had an excellent chat with the president, confirming that the trip to the Middle East has been canceled, and we'll be tracking it throughout tonight. We'll keep you updated, Aisha.
We will. Okay, Matt Finn, live for us from Dubai. Matt, thank you very much for that live report. Well, let's now get to retired.
There's a global conspiracy the ruling class to destroy oil production. These are productive forces built by the blood, sweat of the proletariat, and they should not be allowed to do so at any cause. Buddy, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? That is that is incredible. That is the best conspiracy theory. Yes, dude. Yeah, the fucking petro-capitalist pedophiles are trying to destroy their most valuable commodity that has given them unlimited amounts of money and power.
Navy Captain Brent Sadler, he is joining me now.
Do you pet Kaya more now for good PR? Yeah, I pet my dog that I love so that random incels who are one step away from killing themselves on the internet look to that and go, see, he must be petting his dog for me. To you, chatter, I say, place. Take a day off. Can you explain why he said he needs to wrap this up before Beijing? Because right now, he's in an unbelievably weak position. When he goes to Beijing, he's going to go with no fucking, with no leverage whatsoever. What do you mean? Going to your foreign adversary, your main foreign adversary's capital, with while you're stuck waging war against a much poorer country and failing to actually finish the war, failing to accomplish your goals in this region is unbelievably bad. You might as well be begging Xi Jinping to actually create stability in the world at that point. How do you think that's going to look? What do you think that's going to look like for all of America's allies, especially in that region? Murtaza Hussein says, Trump has a high-profile summit scheduled in Beijing with Xi Jinping set for May 14th. That was the new date chosen after the previous one was postponed. Why was it postponed? Because the war was going on. That is just over 2 weeks, which offers that is just over 2 weeks, which offers a highly compressed window to reinitiate open-ended military confrontation with Iran that may wind up escalating out of control and derailing the intended agenda for that meeting. Every day that passes, in fact, further compresses his time frame to do anything concrete. There's an open front. There's an open front in a region that is unbelievably important for energy for the Asia-Pacific theater. All of the countries that are aligned with the United States of America that is supposed to encircle China in this war that in this Cold War that we're waging against China, our number one foreign adversary, are looking to Trump to be like, dude, fix the situation, please. You're destroying our country. You're destroying our countries. We will use Iran as a negotiating tactic with China. They need Iran's oil. That is an unbelievably stupid argument to make, in my opinion. Okay? Like, I'll tell you this much. If America did not go to war with Iran and came into the summit in Beijing having freshly taken over Venezuela, this would be a different conversation. Obviously, China still has tremendous power over America, being China has tremendous power over the United States of America, being the manufacturing hub of the entire planet. But now they're going to China with no force projection capabilities whatsoever. Many U.S. military bases, there are nearly 800 around the world that we know of, are sitting ducks. That's one lesson to draw from this current war, a lesson that won't be lost on other USA adversaries, right? So this analysis is something that we knew about already. NBC is now confirming for the first time what many of us already suspected or knew. The Iranian Air Force bombed U.S. bases in the opening phase of the war. Okay? Washington, American military bases and other equipment in the Persian Gulf region suffered extensive damage from Iranian strikes that is far worse than publicly acknowledged and is expected to cost billions of dollars to repair, according to 3 U.S. officials, 2 congressional aides, and another person familiar with the damage. It was so extensive, okay? It was so extensive, the damage, that we went to Planet Labs, the American government went to American commercial satellite companies and made them stop publishing imagery from the region. And at first it was supposed to be for like 7 days, and now it's permanent. We knew that was confirmation even back then. We already had confirmation. If you were following open source intelligence on Twitter, you already saw many of those strikes. Mizar Vision did, extensive work on this too. The Chinese commercial satellite company. We knew about this already. Now it's confirmed in mainstream news, right? That's why I say Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today, right? Subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, the Piker Broadcasting Service, for $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime to know about tomorrow's news today. We've known about this for like the past fucking 50 days at this point. I told you Iran was cratering American bases to the tune of billions of dollars of damage over and over again. Many people were completely oblivious to this reality, and many people still are completely oblivious to this reality. And on top of that, they have no understanding of what this represents for America's force projection capabilities. They are also completely oblivious to what that even means. What is America's force projection capabilities? That's why you come here to the Piker Broadcasting Service to understand all of these concepts. And hopefully I do a decent job of explaining all this stuff, and it's no longer seen as so complex. The Iranian regime swiftly retaliated after the Trump administration attacked on February 28th, hitting dozens of targets across U.S. military bases in 7 Middle East countries. Those attacks struck warehouses, command headquarters, aircraft hangars, satellite communications infrastructure, runways, high-end radar systems, and dozens of aircraft, according to the U.S. officials, and an assessment by the American Enterprise Institute, a conservative think tank in Washington, D.C. In the initial days of the war, an Iranian F-5 fighter jet bombed the U.S. base in Camp Beering in Kuwait. An F-5. Not only were, I don't know what's more disrespectful, $7,000 lawnmowers with propellers flying over the Strait of Hormuz and hitting these fucking Gulf bases and taking out billions of dollars worth of equipment, or a fucking F-5 fighter jet. An F-5 fighter jet that hasn't been modernized at all because of the sanctions, okay? The F-5 made its first flight in 1959. That's fine. We still use a lot of ancient tech. The difference, of course, is when Iran is using that ancient tech, they haven't been able to modernize it because they have no components. They're not allowed to get the parts. They're not allowed to get the fucking proprietary technology. So they're using the 1950s version of the F-5. Despite the base having air defenses, a rare breach that marked the first time an enemy fixed-wing aircraft has struck an American military base in years, according to 2 of the U.S. officials. The 3 U.S. officials familiar with the damage to the U.S. bases in the Middle East described it as extensive. The headquarters building for the U.S. Navy in Bahrain, the nerve center of the Navy's operations in the region, sustained serious damage, the official said. I mean, remember, the quadrant in the Iranian mosaic, the IRGC mosaic that was pummeling Bahrain was, holy fuck, they were going crazy in the first couple of weeks. If you remember, they just never stopped hitting Bahrain. It was the Dubai quadrant and the Bahrain quadrant that were just pummeling. And if you recall, I was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Maybe the dude got cucked by some dude in Bahrain or something, but they were hitting that shit like they had revenge fantasies in mind, okay? Multiple hangars. Oh, yeah. They said other parts of the base in Bahrain also suffered significant damage that is likely repairable. Multiple hangars and warehouses in the Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait also were struck, according to the American Enterprise Institute's unofficial assessment that was reviewed by NBC News. The assessment also shows a munitions storage facility at a military base in Adbil in northern Iraq that was damaged, and a runway at the sprawling Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar was destroyed. Al Udeid Air Base is the air base for CENTCOM, Central Command. Okay? That is the heart of the American military operations in the fucking region. And Iran destroyed one of its fucking runways. That is unbelievable. Okay? U.S. bases have been cleared of U.S. troops and other personnel. So many of the bases were left essentially empty and vulnerable to attack by Iranian missiles and drones. Many of the troops who were temporarily relocated are expected to return to the bases once the tensions in the region subside. According to American Enterprise Institute's assessment, Iran hit more than 100 targets across 11 bases in 7 Gulf countries. Those attacks fell on U.S. and host nation bases in Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia. The reason why this is, I guess, unique for some, maybe not interesting or unique for you, is because there was no information. There was an informational blackout in the GCC. People were literally being thrown in prison. There are still people in prison, including a friend of mine that I talked about as well, who just got released, as a matter of fact. He's an Al Jazeera reporter. But it was insane. Like, there was tremendous information blackout. The Planet Lab satellite imagery was frozen from the region, so we couldn't see the extensive damage, and yet we still knew, but most Americans were completely fucking oblivious, right? As a part of Epic Fury, the potential future costs to rebuild American military infrastructure overseas may include repair, reconstruction, outright replacement, or even abandonment and decommissioning of locales. Mackenzie Eaglin, a senior fellow at American Enterprise Institute, said in a statement about the group's assessment, war damage also includes estimated costs for infrastructure that is unsalvageable. Eaglin's cost estimate for repairing the infrastructure is more than $5 billion. Oh, my Lord. But that amount does not account for some of the radar systems, weapon systems, and aircraft and other equipment destroyed in the Iranian strikes, she said. Eaglin has worked on defense and budgetary and military readiness issues for years and is a former Pentagon official. The Iranians damaged at least 2 air defenses in the region, according to the U.S. officials. It's worse than that, by the way. In Bahrain, the base of the 5th Fleet headquarters, 7 reports of damage to satellite communications, radar protection structures, and large warehouses. Just know that those are gone, okay? If they're reporting that there was extensive damage, that means it's over. It's done. Remember the AWACS plane that they were claiming was dinged, right? there were two Strato tankers, and they were like, well, one was there were two AWACS planes, and one was reported as being like somewhat damaged. It was obliterated, right? It was just fucking obliterated. So whenever these guys talk about like lightly damaged, dinged, it just means it's over. Okay, it's been boomed out of existence. There's a video of the 5th Fleet headquarters getting bombed in the first few days. Yeah, that's gonna leave a mark. You know, that's nothing. That's nothing you can't. It's not something you could put like a little bit of flight tape on and buff out. In Iraq, in the Adabid military base, one report of damage to General Administrative Building. In Jordan, the Mufawag Salti Air Base, damage to General Administrative Building. 10 reports of damage to warehouse and a runway in Kuwait in the Ali Al Salem Air Base. It's just, it's a fuck ton of damage. Okay. Americana subscribed to NBC News for a month to bring these screenshots. For people with poor reading comprehension, what's new here is that the Iranian jets flew straight through U.S. air defenses into Kuwait and possibly Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates to drop gravity bombs on American assets. The last time something like this happened was during the Korean War. The closest official confirmation we've had of this was a CENTCOM press release on March 2nd acknowledging Iranian Air Force activity. This also makes a little bit, this also clears something up, specifically in Kuwait, where the Kuwaiti Air Force, the Kuwaiti Air Force pilot shooting down American fighter jets makes a little bit more sense now, because it was just like, what the fuck? Did this guy just go rogue or something? Well, it turns out he might have accidentally thought that it was Iranian fighter jets or something, and then the Ghost of Kuwait took out 3 American fighter jets thinking it was an Iranian fighter jet, potentially. Yeah, anyone who gets their news about the Iran war from sources outside of the Fox neocon sewer of Sean Hannity and Ben Shapiro already knows that Iran absolutely pummeled U.S. bases in multiple countries. This new reporting shows billions of dollars worth of damage and even cites a study from the neocon American Enterprise Institute for support. If you talk to any trustworthy U.S. officials, they'll give you the real story about the war. Not just that Iran inflicted far more damage than known and that the U.S. government hid it, including the number and severity of U.S. casualties, but also that, as happened in the last war with Iran in 2025, both the U.S. and Israel, and now the Persian Gulf dictatorships, are very low on munitions and especially anti-missile defense systems. Guy on Reddit in the know says they were jumpy because of the F-5 leading to 3 jets getting shot down. They shot down the F-15s the day after the F-5 because they were jumpy from the F-5 getting through from the mouth of someone in the know. Okay, that's just speculation. That's no different than me fucking speculating. You went to Reddit for that. Come on. What is this? Breaking the rules with Hassan Piker, very important.
Got me, dude. It starts with the implicit biases.
Bro, you good? Brian goes hard with the fit. All right. Let's continue. We'll look at memes later. Okay. Where is it? The erroneous. Oh, Ryan Grimm also has some words on the reporting from mainstream news, mainstream outlets about Trump potentially going into talks with Iran when no such talks were taking place. The erroneous news reports indicating that the U.S. and Iran would be restarting talks were produced because Pakistan's ISPR sent the following incorrect update to many journalists. They didn't send it directly to me, but I was forwarded it. This was the message. Breaking. Attributable to government sources. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is expected to arrive in Islamabad tonight with a small delegation, according to government sources. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I'm not saying this because I'm Turkish, but it does kind of feel like Pakistan is not, as well equipped to be the table here. Okay, they have their own ambitions here. It seems. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is expected to arrive in Islamabad tonight with a small delegation, according to government sources. Following important discussions with the Pakistani mediation team, a second round of Islamabad peace talks between the United States and Iran is expected, government sources say. A U.S. logistics and security team is already present in Islamabad to facilitate the negotiations process. It was never true that Araghchi had any plans to re-enter negotiations last week. Why would the Pakistanis say otherwise? Anyway, odd stuff. Are you being paid by India? No, but this is like, I guess this is growing pains for Pakistan a little bit, but you're not supposed to do stuff like this. You know what I mean? It could be because they want to be in good favor with the United States, so they're trying to play ball. But it seems to me like bad diplomacy, and this is something that a lot of analysts have been saying about Pakistan's involvement. Given this report from Ryan Grimm, it's very hard to imagine Iran trusting Pakistan to mediate talks again. This is exactly the type of continuous media hype, leaks, and rumors from the Pakistani side that should make Iran refuse to conduct any further diplomacy in Islamabad, says Eric Sperling. Yeah. Ali Hasham says, my understanding is that the continuous media hype and leaks and rumors from the Pakistani side is complicating the situation and could lead to changing the venue of the talks. Could it be China? Pakistan is in a unique situation because it is at the epicenter of the Cold War between China and the United States of America. It is China's very own Israel in many respects, but it also is still very much controlled by the CIA. So, and it has good relations with Iran, like really, really positive relations with Iran. So it is, I understand why they would hold these talks in a country like Pakistan. But yeah, Pakistan is moving a little bit like Klay Thompson. You know what I mean? Perhaps a little too greedy with its newfound importance in international diplomacy. These are not mistakes that Oman would make. These are not mistakes that Turkey would make. These are not mistakes that countries that have had to deal with stuff like this would make. The reason why is because if you bust your nut too hard in order to boost your importance, you might actually lose you might lose the opportunity, a generational fumble. It looks really good when you are when you got the Islamabad Accords, right? Like that will end this war between Iran and America. That's a really good thing, right? But you're maybe a little too excited. If your goals end up getting in the way of the ultimate goal of conducting this ceasefire negotiation, then you might be cooked.
Live in studio, Brent, we just spoke right before the show with this breaking news. The president's saying over the phone to me that he's making this decision because he feels like an 18-hour flight, sending his people there when he doesn't feel like they're going to accomplish much with the Iranians, when the Iranians can just call.
The Turkey table is too wobbly, untrustworthy. It's misleading. No, it's because Turkey's a NATO country. That probably plays a big role in why Iran wouldn't want to do it in Turkey. Pakistan is a nuclear-armed sovereign nation. A nuclear-armed sovereign nation that it has very close relationships with China, extensive and very close relations with China, but is also, from the American perspective, has like an established American presence in it as well.
Call us here. What do you make of that?
Well, I think it's the right move. It's again, this is a negotiation that we're still kind of going back and forth on. The Iranians, I think, are trying to recover some form of leverage. I mean, this note that they brought with them to Pakistan was more like a list of complaints than a serious, like, opening our next phase in a serious ceasefire negotiation, some solution. So clearly, the diplomacy, I think, has run its course again, and it's going to probably require, and I think the time is ripe for another round of more strong or forceful diplomacy using the military hammer, the military tools. And I think on the Straits, that's their strongest leverage still, unfortunately. There's going to be a need for demonstration of American might and to demonstrate who really controls access through the Straits, and that's the U.S.
Well, let's talk about who really we're negotiating with. I mean, it's hard to tell who's in charge of Iran right now in the IRGC. There was some reporting that the IRGC sort of pushed out the parliament.
I'm not saying this because I'm Turkish, Cap. No, I think Oman would probably be a better place to hold these negotiations than Turkey.
speaker from negotiations, and the president has said over and over again that Iran's leadership is divided, that there's a lot of infighting, and we really don't know who's in charge. But Ghalibaf, the parliament speaker, pushed back on that on Twitter. He wrote, "In Iran, there are no radicals or moderates. We are all Iranian and revolutionary, and with the iron unity of the nation and government, with complete obedience to the supreme leader of the revolution, we will make the aggressor criminal regret his actions." Who do you think, what do you think is going on inside Iran? Who is in charge?
Well, that's a good question. I don't think it really should change or temper the approach the U.S. military is being put to use in the region. This is part of the design. When you want to try to provide an opportunity for the Iranian people to take back their country, there is going to be this fracture of the regime. And that regime, by the way, is probably less than 20% of the population. So when they talk about everyone's united, it's a fraction of the overall population.
This is all pure cope. Fox is actually coping. If the Strait were open tomorrow, it would take 3 months for everything to get online, 6 months to clear completely, a year at least to get back to normal. We've been shot. The bullet just hasn't hit us yet. By the time we notice we've been hit, we're already bleeding out. I mean, I don't know. If you ask Professor Jeffrey Sachs, he doesn't seem to think so. He seems to think that it's baked in.
Is fed up with this theocratic dictatorship and terror network that they've been living under for far too long.
So we're moving these naval assets we have now into the Persian Gulf in the area. And now the Navy can go after these fast boats that have become a real big problem. Of course, the Iranian Navy is pretty much at the bottom of the sea, but you've got these fast boats that, perhaps we could see them laying down more mines. There is the threat of that. This is the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, announcing it.
Why do you watch the Fox News reporting on these negotiations? Is it just to get to know the Republican spin they want people to believe, or do you think they get certain information other news channels don't? No, just spin. Because we know what's going on the ground. In order to find out the truth, you look to the Strait, okay? You look to the battle lines. You look to who has the leverage by looking at each country that is involved, the belligerents that are involved, and their military goals and whether they've achieved it or not. If tankers are not crossing through the Strait of Hormuz, America has not been able to establish any leverage whatsoever. America's ultimate goal is to open the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? If you want to understand the spin from the State Department aligned media, you go to like CBS, CNN, NBC News, ABC. If you want to understand the pro-Trump spin on top of it, the maximalist spin, then you go to Fox News. It's important to understand what Fox News is saying so you understand how to talk to your grandparents, how to talk to your parents. There's still plenty of Trump hogs out there in hogland. You got to know what information they're receiving so you can be better at addressing the misinformation.
This week.
Part of what the president is threatening is ensuring if there's attempts to recklessly and irresponsibly lay more mines, we're going to deal with that. It's a violation of the ceasefire. So transit is occurring, much more limited than anybody would like to see, and with more risk than people would like to see. But that's because Iran is doing irresponsible things with small, fast boats.
So you're the expert at this, Brent. I mean, how is this going to work? Are we going to be able to patrol this very large Iranian coast?
The short answer is yes, and we've had the capacities from day one to actually identify and go after those small boats. And for the viewers, look at the video that we've been putting out going after the narco-terrorist boats in the Caribbean.
Venezuela.
Think of those are the type of threats. They're not going to sink a tanker. They're not going to sink a container ship. They are a harassment. They can be identified and seen fairly early. Now we have more forces there, notably the Marines, because now that you can put Marines on U.S. flagships, like there are 4 right now that could get underway with U.S. merchant mariners, you could put the Marines on board so that if, for example, these small boats or drones get close enough, well, the Marines have crew-served weapons to deal with that. We need to show a demonstration of American strength and that the shipping is not at risk. And you'll see the insurance rates drop. You saw that when you had 2 destroyers early on when the blockade was first put in and the first round of negotiations, very clearly evaporating the Iranians' leverage there. It's time for that being done again.
So we've got the military might, and we've shown them what we can do and what we're capable of doing. But we're also showing them we can squeeze them economically. And some experts believe that this is actually perhaps the way that we're going to get them to cave is, and State just put out that they are now targeting some Iran's oil network in China. Are we going to get them to cave by taking some of these measures, hitting them with more sanctions, going after their oil?
I think so. I mean, this is the genius of the blockade, and that is, if it works, it applies economic pressure on the Iranian regime, and it forces more trade to the United States. It's long overdue that our allies and partners come and buy American energy instead of from very risky or hostile countries like Russia. So it works either way. Now, the Chinese are the ones that are the biggest and the disadvantage, and the Iranians are being pressured, I suspect, by Beijing, because Beijing is getting a large amount of its oil on sanctioned vessels, the Dark Fleet. And those ships going to fuel China's economy is a real, very large motivator for them to get the Iranians to capitulate. And so the blockade fuels that on top of the economic pressure directly to the Iranian regime.
Okay, we'll keep watching it. It doesn't sound like we're going to see talks anytime soon. The president telling me over the phone, he told his people, you're not going to make that 18-hour flight to go there. We have all the cards. They can call us anytime they want, but you're not going to be making any more 18-hour flights to sit around talking about nothing. That's how he feels about it at this hour of the day. Brent Sadler, great to have you.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend.
Aisha.
Great to see you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
This week, President Trump said the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel would be extended. But here on their border, the question is ceasefire? What ceasefire? Today, Israeli strikes hit Lebanon, with 4 declared dead so far. The death toll of this conflict is estimated to be 2,500, as the IDF and Hezbollah exchange fire at escalating cost, both sides accusing the other of breaking the ceasefire.
We have to be honest.
Yeah, Donnie Dunnon. Dude, what the fuck is this Dave Smith guy on, dude? Is he all right? I just saw another tweet by this guy. He's still chirping at me. He's like, I don't know why he's doing this. Look. Comic Dave Smith says, it is true that I challenged Hassan to a debate years ago. I did it publicly on my podcast. It's verifiable. It's also true that Hassan much more recently sent me a message giving me props and I didn't respond. There's zero contradiction here, and now stop stealing. I said, you know you can respond to me via DM, right? I don't know what this one-sided shadowboxing thing you're doing is. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about, man. To which Core retweeted and said, did you think I was trying to message you and accidentally just did a podcast instead? What does this mean? You've done several segments on me in the past. Was that one-sided shadowboxing? Do you want to debate? If advocating stealing is good, I'm down. I said, I can set up a debate whenever you want. I'm saying you covered that you want to debate me on your podcast. I don't recall. However, I'm asking why you haven't communicated this directly to me and we're claiming I'm ducking you when I'm clearly not. Why not have a conversation where you agree on some things and discuss other issues you disagree with? That would probably be more interesting than a debate on one topic. Okay, sure. Yeah, even his own fans are like, you're handling this so weirdly. You do a segment on him like you're Dana Bash, essentially saying he's too scared to debate you, and are just tweeting about him instead of messaging him privately. DM him and invite him on the show. Don't do this performative debate me shit. I'm realizing how much of a bad faith clout chaser Dave Smith is based on that quote retweet. It feels weird. I think he's trying to get media pickup so we can weasel a debate with you on Fox News specifically as Weasley. I don't understand why he's doing it like this. He will permanently pretend to not understand because he's view farming. Yeah, but I don't think he gets this. This makes him look bad to his own audience as well, because his own audience would love for us to have a conversation. So this kind of makes him, I mean, this is strange. You know what I mean? You're going to debate a guy with zero emotion, by the way. He's so irrelevant. I don't care. And I don't even think it will be as much as a debate as you think it is. I think that's the problem, though. These guys understand that their audience is like nonpartisan on the issue of Israel, right? So he's already cultivated an anti-Israel audience, and he's too scared to lose his like right-wing credibility by coming across as though he's in total agreement with someone like myself. I think that's what the problem is. So he's just trying to max out on the clout farming by presenting himself as like, oh, I'm not like this guy at all. I don't agree with this guy. I want to make sure that I don't agree with this guy at all. It's very strange. I have no issues having a conversation with people that I disagree with on issues that I agree with them on. It would be akin to me being like, oh, I would never talk to Tucker Carlson because we agree on Israel. No, I don't mind that conversation, but it does remind me of how Tucker Carlson is the one who's avoiding that conversation. You responding to him publicly fucked up his strategy? Yeah. In a way, like they're trying to continue positioning themselves as like anti-me to make sure that their audience knows like they're the good kind of commentary people, right? Like there is this real fear. There is this real fear amongst right-wing content creators that they're going to come across as agreeing with someone like myself. I'm the boogeyman of the right for many, many years at this point. And I think that's the real problem. That's what it is. It's the same reason why Tucker Carlson won't have a conversation with me either. I don't think Dave Smith is interested in a good faith debate. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. Most people who want to debate us on aren't interested in a good faith debate. They want the attention to cloud us on, question them in general, and then they start screaming about all the fake outrage shit because they're losing. Yeah, I hope it doesn't happen, but it is what it is. It might happen. There's a high likelihood that it does happen. Is all explained here by Vanguard? What the fuck? This is 24 minutes of...
This person says, I'd love to see you go on Breaking Points again and maybe bury the hatchet with Kyle Kulinski and go on Crystal Kyle and Friends. You know, that's an interesting suggestion, given the fact that Dave Smith and Kyle have beefed and Kyle's called him out a number of times. Dave Smith responds and says, I'll go on Breaking Points anytime they want me on. I love all of those guys. I don't really have any beef with Kyle. He started talking shit about me for some reason, and I responded in kind. I think the way he's going at people for voting for Trump.
I just don't get it. I'm like legitimately confused. I can assume, I can speculate as to what is the reason why he's maneuvering like this. As I mentioned already, like he can't come across like he is in agreement with the things that I'm saying, but he has to find like areas of disagreement, right? St. Peter will condemn you to hell for your cowardice. Stop ducking Dave Smith. Admit you steal cars. Yeah, that's how I made my money. Piker Broadcasting Service. All of your donations go to me and my car theft endeavors. Anyway, Hassan joining the Kia boys. I am the Kia boy. All right. Trump pulls U.S. negotiating team from Iran peace talks. Here is Danny Denon.
You know, the Lebanese government, they have no control of Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is sending rockets trying to sabotage the ceasefire, and Israel, we have to retaliate. Every time we see a threat, we take action. And I think the main question is whether the Lebanese government is capable of enforcing a ceasefire.
But Israel too has a record of breaching agreements, as another attempt by Pakistan to broker a meeting between the US and Iran
Israel has a record in breaching agreements.
Lapsed. Today delegations were set for Islamabad. But as the US claimed a deal was possible, Iran said there would be no direct talks. The conduit would be Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Here the Prime Minister greeted Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi like an old friend. But as the Iranians left, the Americans cancelled their flights.
And breaking right now, President Trump just moments ago exclusively telling me over the phone that he has unilaterally canceled Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner's trip to Pakistan to meet with the Iranians. The president says it's not worth his people making the 18-hour
breaking news, me.
flight when he says we have all the
It's not that special, lady. He picks up the phone for everybody, it seems.
cards.
Just weeks ago, Iran and the US appeared closer to a deal with Pakistan again, the middleman. But today they cannot even sit in the same room. Iranian officials have been Israeli assassination targets, and trust is a commodity in short supply. Military bravado is in abundance. On the Strait of Hormuz, Iran released videos claiming control, as America said the same. Conflict over this crucial route is just one of the barriers to a deal, in a process defined by talks that were not talks and ceasefires that have not stopped strikes, in a pattern across the region. This is Gaza today. Among those to be buried is a baby a young mother and her unborn twins. Their lives were ended by Israeli strikes, despite the October ceasefire. For every delay and diplomatic failure, this is a reminder of what's at stake.
Well, I'm joined by Elliot Abrams, who was the US Special Representative for Iran and Venezuela during President Trump's first term. He served in senior foreign policy roles for President George W. Bush and President Reagan, too. Thanks so much for joining us. And hopefully we'll get to President Trump's relationships with his NATO allies in a bit. But first to the Middle East. We've just heard that Donald Trump has pulled his team literally as they were about to get on the plane by the sounds of it. What do you make of that?
Well, I think on that, you cannot blame.
When did I claim you were ducking me? I responded to segments you did about me years ago and challenged you to a debate. If you were unaware, then I take you at your word. I'm down. What do you want to debate? No, this is new. He's doing it now. He's doing it new style. You could have a dope Gen X debate the morality of his past Trump support. Debate Israel. What are we going to debate on? We agree on Israel. Brother, he prompted you for this. What the fuck's he doing? Asking for a debate topic? Yeah, I don't even understand what the hell's going on here. I am a little bit confused, but I'm sure it'll be fine. He can't even hide his debate lord behavior. Now it's just down to topics and logistics. Have you noticed they haven't been interviewing Arakshi lately? Yes, I have noticed that. The thing is, I don't know this guy's positions at all. You're making his day. A debate is to a libertarian what a democratic revolution is to a Marxist. What is this? You're literally a Candace Owens fan? You should sit this one out. A Candace Owens fan? Wait, what? What the fuck? Where did she think I was being serious when I said I'm a clandestine operator? Dude, I don't know how to have a conversation with half of these guys anymore because I genuinely, I mean this sincerely, I think they're too stupid. Like it sometimes feels like I have to just like slam my head into a wall multiple times before I can like have a normal conversation on the same frequency that these guys are operating on. What are you fucking saying? What do you mean I'm a Candace Owens fan? I've been dunking on Candace Owens for the past decade, man. What the fuck? What the fuck is
Legalized comedy? Trump. It seems as if the real change is in Tehran with the IRGC refusing to allow an actual negotiation. And if that's the case, why would you send your people over there to talk to the Pakistanis? Doesn't make sense. We can do that by Zoom. I think the problem really is we don't know who is fully in charge in Tehran. There does seem to be a bit of jockeying there as to whether they want a face-to-face negotiation.
And yet we hear Donald Trump also say today, we hold all the cards. I mean, how true do you think that is?
Well, it isn't true. Obviously, the Iranians have some control of the Strait of Hormuz. That's the kind of talk that Trump often engages in.
But exactly on that point about who does and doesn't hold the cards, I mean, quite critical here if they ever get to talks again.
It's funny. It's funny because it's like Channel 4 is not putting up with this shit. Like what even other Western news that normally would be up America's asshole and taking everything they say verbatim and repeating it are like, well, it kind of feels like the situation isn't in your favor, right? Like isn't in America's favor.
Is, for example, the nuclear question. And yet it's being reported that the Iranians are saying the nuclear question for them isn't even on the table.
Well, what has motivated the president for about 20 years is something that his predecessors also said. They cannot get a nuclear weapon. And if that's their position, that is, they will continue to seek one, continue to enrich uranium, try to rebuild the program. It's a formula for more fighting, I'm afraid.
But I mean, there is a very strong argument being made by Donald Trump's critics that actually Iran has much more uranium now at various enrichment levels accumulated after, in fact, because President Trump pulled out of the deal struck by Obama. Is his best hope getting back to that position with the Iranians?
No, that's getting back to the Obama nuclear deal of 2015, which gave them the right to enrich and simply delayed their nuclear weapons program. by about 10 or 15 years, which is where we are
Oh,
today. Iran was in
bullshit, dude. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Anyone who says this is straight up a propagandist for the state of Israel. Okay. It is a denial of observable reality. If the goal was to ensure that Iran was not enriching uranium beyond the civilian usage, then JCPOA accomplished it. There was only one party that did not like that. It was Israel. These people straight up are doing propaganda, not even for America at this point. This isn't even Trump. This isn't even pro-Trump propaganda. Okay? They are denying observable reality at the behest of Israel's goals.
enriching to 60%. No country has ever done that without going on to build a nuclear weapon, and it shouldn't be permitted. So I do hope some kind of agreement is reached. But if it isn't, then whatever is left of their nuclear program will continue to be destroyed. I think most of it is pretty well destroyed.
So briefly, if you would, where do you think this goes next?
Well, I'm hopeful that through the Pakistanis or someone else, there can at least be some messages going back and forth. If that doesn't work, if there really is no agreement at all, and we've got some time now, then I am hopeful that the American closure of the Strait of Hormuz to Iranian ships will squeeze their economy so much that even if they're not willing to talk today, they will in 2 weeks or 4 weeks.
Because one of the arguments that is consistently made about Iran.
Motherfuckers acting like the U.S. military is intact. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's going great. It's we didn't even want the Bahrain base. We like that it's a crater now. We're gonna make it a pool. We're gonna put some water in the crater that is now the Bahrain base, and we're gonna turn it into a pool. It's gonna be sick.
Is that victory for them is just about survival, and they can hang on much longer than clearly President Trump had imagined initially.
Yes, but the strain right now when there's no fighting is not all that great. It is a question of who's going to blink first. And what Trump is arguing is that their economy, if they cannot import or export by sea, is going to collapse.
I mean, just moving on to President Trump's current relationships with his NATO allies. Yesterday's leak from the Pentagon saying the US might review its neutral position on Britain's claim to the Falklands has caused some alarm. I mean, is it a clever tactic by the president?
I don't know if that ever got to the president. That, was on a list of things, nasty things that could be done to NATO allies who he felt were not sufficiently supportive. But I do think the King's visit is an opportunity to discuss this. My advice to the King would be, remember the Chagos Islands and the Diego Garcia base. What he should be saying to the president is, if you want us to get out of that particular location, the Falklands, because you think it's an imperial possession, well, there are other imperial possessions too, like Diego Garcia, that you don't want us to get out of. So I think he can make a pretty strong argument that these so-called imperial possessions are actually very important and useful for the West, not just for the UK.
Okay, it'd be interesting to see what argument the King does make. Elliot Abrams, thanks very much for talking to us.
We are coming to you tonight from my own hometown, the borough of the Bronx, New York. Just down the street from Yankee.
Hasanabi hit Chris Hayes doing a Afghanistan piece.
Stadium. And for the next hour, some other folks who live here are going to talk to the man who just a little over 100 days ago stepped into what some have called the second toughest job in America, the mayor of New York City.
Okay, just leave the straight clothes, the suicidal position. I think we're in our suicidal arc. I think the United States of America is on its suicidal arc. So is Israel. And we're basically fucking attached to the hip to the suicidal country, so it makes sense.
New York City is so much bigger than you think. 8.5 million people,
100 different ethnicities, speaking 200 different languages, the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, the largest Muslim population in the hemisphere, the largest Chinese population of any city outside of Asia, more black residents than any city in the U.S., the most billionaires on planet Earth, with millions of others living below the poverty line. And believe it or not, more Trump voters than in any one of a dozen red states that elected him. This past November, this city, for its 112th mayor, chose this guy.
How's it going, guys? Do you have 60 seconds to talk to us about the election?
Zohran Mamdani came from near obscurity to change the way winning campaigns are run.
New York, will you accept this rose?
With a populist message to do something about the cost of living.
How about the cost of living?
Sucks.
We're going to make buses fast and...
His rise made him a rock star on the left and a boogeyman on the right.
We put in a communist.
No one is safe.
I have friends of mine in New York. They are officially depressed and scared.
And even if he's managed to tame the man in the White House,
we agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
In the end, he's still got to run this city.
I've been watching you.
Tonight, All In comes to the Bronx for a special town hall with the mayor and the people. This is All In America with Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Good evening from the amazing Bronx Children's Museum. I'm Chris Hayes. This was the front page of the New York Post the day Zohran Mamdani was elected mayor of New York City. The red apple. Very good at that. It's the culmination of one of the most improbable political stories of the Trump age. A grassroots progressive campaign like no one had ever seen before, with more opposition from Republicans, from a Democratic political dynasty, from the president, from the media than we'd ever seen. And he won with a laser focus on a core message of making it more affordable for the people who live here. It's been a little over 100 days. The city has not fallen into communism just yet. But he does have a job to do.
Boo.
We've invited an audience of New Yorkers to join us here, some of whom voted for this mayor, some who didn't. Some are supportive of his policies and others are not. But this is New York, so no one is ever going to be shy about sharing an opinion, and the mayor isn't shy about hearing that. So let's welcome now Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Good to see you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for having me.
No, it's not live.
I wore a suit so I can match your energy.
Thank you.
You know, you were an assembly member just like maybe the last time I saw you, actually, and just a few months ago. It's a very different job than this job.
Can you get captions, please? No.
What's the biggest thing you've learned? The biggest realization?
Oh, never mind. You can get
actually
captions.
Being in that position.
You know, I think the biggest thing, first and foremost, is that New Yorkers trust for all of the big ideas that we have about delivering universal child care, about making the most expensive city in America.
By the way, in half an hour, I will be talking to Trita Parsi. Trita Parsi will be on the broadcast again. We'll be talking about where the ceasefire is going, who's winning, who's losing, all that stuff. And yes, I turned the volume up a little bit.
Affordable for working class people who help it keep it running. That trust starts when you fill in those potholes. Because you can't tell someone to trust city government in its ability to deliver free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in its...
I thought you were going to say Dave Smith. What time is the debate? What time is the debate? Greek communists. I thought you were going to say Dave Smith. No, buddy. That's not how this works. We can't just I would debate him right now if he wanted to, but no, I have actual serious analysts that are coming on the broadcast to deliver commentary on where we're at on, the news of the day.
History, if they can look out the window and see the same pothole unfilled as it was the day before, the week before, the month before, the year before. And so at the same time that we've been pursuing this agenda that would transform the lives of New Yorkers, delivering a pathway to universal child care on day 8, we've also filled in 102,000 potholes in that same 100-day period. We started to repave more than 1,000 miles of roadway. And all of this comes back from a belief that there's no problem too big, no task too small, and we call this pothole politics.
Well, there's this phrase called sewer socialism.
Yes,
it comes
sir.
out of the Milwaukee particularly, right? There's a number of socialist mayors in Milwaukee, and the idea that the only way you deliver on your ideology, whatever it is, no matter, and particularly if it's a radical one, is that you have to give people clean water and things like that. Are you informed by that tradition? Is that something you're thinking about?
Very much so. I think oftentimes people think of politics as an intellectual debate. Working people want to know if you can actually deliver for them. And one of those mayors in Milwaukee, their phrase was, go after it and get it. We've talked about this for long enough. New Yorkers want to see, can you actually deliver on these things? And they want to measure it in the way that they experience government on a day-to-day basis. That's why we're focusing on the little things while also pursuing the big ones.
Do you think that you have, I mean, Mayor of New York is always somewhat of a national figure, kind of. They also never have a national career in politics. Those two things I think are related. It's a tough job to come out of everyone being like, that guy's awesome. Do you feel like you're carrying an ideological burden for the flag of democratic socialism, which you proudly are, right? And you're the most...
I don't give a shit how he answers this question. The answer is yes, okay? I don't care if he says it, if he says the truth, or if he lies. I will not be. I'm telling you right now, the answer is 100% yes. He knows it. That's his job. That's why he was elected. And he fucking absolutely knows that that is the position that he currently occupies.
Most powerful democratic socialists in the country. And people are going to point to whether things go well here or poorly here as evidence of whether that's an ideology that is worth anything.
Well, I think it goes back to what you were saying earlier, which is that the worth of an ideology is judged in its delivery. And to me, this is an incredible opportunity. We've been told for so long, even over the course of the campaign, that things like universal child care could never be done. On day 8, I stood next to Governor Hochul.
Oh my God, people got tears in their fucking eyes, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Announced $1.2 billion in funding that will now, for the first time in New York City history,
I feel like people are watching and they're tearful.
Deliver free child care for 2-year-olds. And that is something that you don't have to explain to a parent.
But you got 2,000, just to be clear, you got 2,000.
Chris Hayes is, he's not a bad dude, for the record. Once again, Hasanabi head. He's asking that question, and it's a very good question to ask because it is the goal here.
Seats. It's a big city, 8 million people.
2,000 seats this year, right? 12,000 seats next year, and then every single 2-year-old by the end of year 4. And the importance of that.
By year 4, if it happens, right?
It will happen. This is not an inshallah promise.
Right, okay.
This is definitely happening. And I say that to you because, you know, Senator Warren talks about child care as infrastructure. The way that you deliver this, it's not just a question of securing the funding. It's also working with the child care providers who have been at the heart of what's made it possible for so many families to be here and building out their capacity to deliver for more children than we've ever seen engaging in this kind of service in New York City.
You know, affordability, which we're going to talk through throughout the hour, was the sort of central.
I was thinking about it.
Note. Yes. Well, you're very on message, which, you know, to your credit. You know, in the mayoral election before you were elected, and particularly coming out of 2020, 2021, there's a huge amount of attention on policing and crime, right? And we saw a big uptick in crime in New York City and nationally. We're seeing something pretty remarkable happening, which is basically the inverse.
Breaking Muslim mayor speak Arabic. Terrorist language. Terrorist language. How dare he? I don't like it. Scary.
And, you know, you came out and celebrated the lowest homicide rate I think the city's recorded in many, many decades. But it's not just New York City. Mayor Lurie in San Francisco is going to take credit for it there. And Brandon Scott in Baltimore, Kash Patel at the FBI, and Donald Trump in the White House are going around saying, hey, we've got the lowest crime rate ever because of what I did. What is your understanding or thinking?
Someone said Asian. Chatter, inshallah is Arabic. I mean, it's Turkish too. We say inshallah as well, but you say inshallah, it's, you know, its origination is Arabic.
For what is happening with crime in your city?
Well, I think there's a few things. We're seeing that our approach to public safety is working, and not just in a sense of a general decline, but to actually correct you a little, it's not just the lowest number of murders in the last few decades, it's the lowest number of murders ever in recorded history. Yes. The joint lowest number of shootings. It's a decline of crime across major categories by more than 9%. It's also not enough. New Yorkers do not measure their lives by statistics. They want to know that you are doing everything in your power to deliver public safety. And the importance of public safety, it's not actually divorced from the conversation around affordability. It's the cornerstone. It's the platform that allows you to do that work of affordability. Because if someone is not safe in their city, then
yeah, inshallah is an Anne Hathaway reference.
That is the first concern they have, even before the other ones that we speak about.
I mean, let me give an interpretation of what I've seen, and you could respond to it, which is that progressive governance is impossible if people are scared. and progressive politics essentially become choked off. And what I've seen is you're someone who has had these commitments to fast and free buses and universal childcare. When you look at policing, there's things you've said you want to do. You want to get rid of this gang database, which is, you've been very critical of. There's a special unit that sort of polices protests you said you want to disband. The gang database is still there. The special unit that polices protests just...
Cook him. Cook his ass. Cook this fraud, bro. Cook this handsome, smiling fraud. Hell yeah, Chris.
Arrested a bunch of people at a protest. From the outside...
By the way, that's how you do a non-contentious reporting that is still productive. Yeah, I saw this. I was just texting Tim Dillon.
It looks like you basically said, look, I'm not going to touch the policing stuff. It's too dangerous, either substantively or politically. I'm going to focus on this other stuff.
Look at his face. He don't like it. No, but that's a good question. It's a good question that must be raised. There's a way to do it, and this is the way to do it, as opposed to the way that, like, Meet the Press was doing it, right?
And I'm going to let the commissioner and sort of status quo policing continue. Is that a fair characterization?
Both Hasanabi heads, by the way. I remember Zoran liking your Instagram post in 2021 when you wore the pink dress. Wait, really? Really? I mean, it's not surprising. He was a DSA New York guy. That's Hasanistan. Let's be real. But do you believe everything? That's not surprising. Zoran is, again, like I said, DSA New York. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Chris Hayes is a Hasanabi head, though. I do talk to him a lot.
I wouldn't say so. I'll push you on it a little bit for a few reasons. One of the reasons that...
But he was not familiar with their stream when you talked to him last year. Maybe he was keeping it cool. I didn't think so either.
That I made the decision to retain our police commissioner was not just because of what she was delivering in terms of public safety, but also how she'd been able to uproot corruption from the upper echelons of the NYPD. We need a government that is not just efficient, but also excellent, one that can be trusted in the work that it does. Now, my belief in the importance of disbanding the Strategic Response Group, it continues just as strongly as it was during the campaign. The reason for that is I don't think...
How come you haven't gone on All In? I don't think MSNBC producers fuck with me. Let's just keep it at that.
We need to couple our response to protests with our response to counterterrorism threats. This is a modern conflation that has happened, and it's one that I'm committed to disbanding. The disbanding of it is one that we're going to do thoughtfully to ensure that we are also respecting the right to protest and keeping New Yorkers safe. But again, it's not an if for me, it's a when.
You've gotten a lot of attention for the relationship that you have cultivated with the president. You've been asked about this a lot. It is, I mean, I got to say, again, from the outside, it's an amusing thing to watch. Particularly when you said to the reporter in front of him, like, no, he is a fascist. And he said, no, it's okay, go ahead and answer, you know. What's going on there? Like, what is it? Explain it. Why? How did this happen?
You know, when you were introducing this and we were stepping out, you were saying, these are New Yorkers.
It's a USB thumb drive I just mailed you. Send it to the mods.
And in many ways, one of the few things the president and I have in common is that we are both New Yorkers. For all of our political disagreements, we have one agreement of chief importance, which is that we love this city. And with the president,
he always
I'm
says this shit.
I'm direct, and I try and always bring it back to what would actually benefit this city. So when I'm sitting there
We
with the
get it,
president,
bro. You
I'm
love the
talking
city.
about
We get
the
it.
opportunity to work together to
Trump
deliver
loves the city
more
too. We
housing
got
than
it.
we've seen in a single housing development since the early 1970s. I'm also speaking about the fact that I think that ICE raids are cruel and inhumane, and that the fact that that morning they had detained a Columbia student is part and parcel of why this is not something that is actually serving the interests of public safety. And so I gave the president a list of 5 names of people who were detained in or around Columbia. He called me 30 minutes after the meeting and said, I've made the decision to release the student that you brought up.
He's not happy with the new tax plan on the basically second homes for very, very wealthy people. He said, you're destroying New York. It has no chance. The United States of America should not contribute to its failure. It'll only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. People are fleeing. This must change our ways and fast. History has proven this stuff just doesn't work. Thank you for attention to this matter. It did seem a little more in sorrow than in anger. He felt a little betrayed.
Well, I think the president knows exactly where I stand on these issues, and I know where the president stands on these issues. I ran a campaign speaking very plainly about the fact that in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the world, it's unacceptable that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And as we're facing facing a generational fiscal deficit. I believe it's only right to ask those who don't live in New York City, but who own a second home in New York City, and that second home is worth more than $5 million in New York City, to pay a little bit more so that everyone can afford to live here.
It did occur to me he might actually have to pay the tax.
We don't have exceptions in our taxes that we propose.
You mentioned ICE and you mentioned immigration. I mean, it has been notable that we've had this, trail of
you're just jealous that he shares something with Trump he will never share with you, precious. What is that? I'm jealous that he has a relationship with Trump and I'll never have that. Is that what you're trying to say? It's true. I am a little jealous that Trump doesn't call me. Or do you mean a love for New York?
elevated ICE enforcement and CBC enforcement.
You'll never be a New Yorker. You'll never be chopped cheese. I'm chopped unk.
CBP enforcement that we saw in Los Angeles, we saw it in Chicago, we of course very famously saw it in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities. There have been elevated ICE enforcement here in New York City. They've been at the courts and things like that, but we have not seen something like the operation in Minneapolis. Does that hang over you as a kind of sort of Damocles? Does it feel like it's something the president could threaten in every moment? Do you feel like part of your relationship with him is staving that off, to be honest?
I mean, my relationship with the president is important to deliver for New Yorkers. And I've made it very clear to the president that increased ICE presence, it would just be an increase on what we've seen with ICE raids, which is just cruel and inhumane. I've also been honest about the fact that I think ICE is an agency that should be abolished. It's a modern creation. Our country has had answers to immigration long before we had ICE. And we also see that these kinds of raids, just a few nights ago, ICE detained a delivery worker. This is a man who came to this city with the dreams of building up a life for himself and his family. No active investigation, no warrant. He finished a Grubhub delivery and then was taken by armed, masked federal agents. That's what we're talking about here in New York City. It's the public school student, Dylan Contreras, whose family we worked with to ensure that he would come home. That's the kind of person that's getting detained in this city. And that's why New Yorkers are sick of this approach, one, frankly, of a complete absence of humanity.
Dave Smith responded to you. I know, brother. I know. Zoran and Trump have a relationship based around love. Yours is transactional.
Tomorrow night's White House.
True. Yeah, we got the White House Correspondents' Dinner that's taking place. Let's see what Tim Dillon had to say.
You're attacking Hassan Piker. You're fighting. It doesn't make any sense. Do you want to win? You will never win unless you let go of the anger. You have to let go of the anger. Stop being mad that Meghan Trainor lost weight. Stop being mad that Tucker Carlson criticized Trump. Stop being mad that Hassan Piker said things you don't like about Hamas. Whatever, who cares? I don't agree with Hassan Piker on a lot of stuff, but it doesn't matter. You have to lead by not being insufferable cunts. I'll say it again. You have to lead by not being insufferable cunts. Can you do it for 5 minutes? You'll never have a better opportunity. This motherfucker in a year and a half has lit the goddamn world on fire. If you lose the next election, pack the fuck up. If the Democrats don't sweep the midterms, pack.
Real Patriot fact, Zoran Mamdani liked the Hassan Piker I'm a whore. I don't think he did. That would be crazy. I don't think that's the case. I don't know how to open the likes. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Let me turn this off. The Hassan body pillow. Dog was vaporized. Yeah. You can't see it on browser. Phone is easier. Where did you guys get this from? Where did you guys get this information from? This is new information. I'm saying it wouldn't shock me. Well, that's not true. It would shock me. Yeah, it's not showing up. There's 125,000 likes. Chat, stop stun locking his dumbass. This was a necessary stun lock. It is a necessary stun lock. This will be new information. I saw it on r/Hassan Piker in the past. Don't be defensive when we joke back. Most of us are real ones. Here's the screenshot. This could be fake. This could be fake news. Stop policing likes. Rama Dawaji, fuck you, Hassan. I feel like if he actually liked this, our future mayor might be a Hasanabi head. I feel like if he actually liked this, he would have liked other shit too. Bro, I just checked that. Fuck you mean not true? Hoscord providing double proof. This is from my phone law. Control F, dumbass. Wait, what the fuck? Where is that post? I don't even know where how am I going to fucking find this post to check on my own? That is crazy. He did Lamau. I just checked. I feel like you guys are gaslighting me. Because it's not showing up on my end. I didn't believe you. Hasanabi is real. Okay, this is definitely fake. That's not, you're faking it. Follow him back and first check again. This is funny because this means this motherfucker was a Hasanabi head and he's been keep playing it hella cool this entire time. You understand? Do you understand what you're telling me right now? What you're telling me currently is that I've now known this dude for more than a year, and he not once has brought this fact up until this very moment. If that's the case, if this is true, he's possibly the best chatter because he actually listened to you and acted like he's fucking normal. Hasi, that post seemed like a breach containment. I think lots of people saw it. Just checked and he didn't like it. Yeah, I think I think everyone is lying. Check again. I don't think I can see it. Like, I don't think I can see it on here. It's also too old of a post. Also, what are we fucking doing? Who gives a shit? That's messed up. You said chatters aren't friends. See, it doesn't show up. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. You were not wrong. It did show up. Okay, I guess you weren't lying. Bro, that's a post from 2021. Apologize to me and the other chatter right now. I apologize. This dude was an actual Hasanabi head. I thought that chatter played the long game. He played you. Don't get cocky, kid. Doesn't IG feed show you random shit like any other social media feed? I don't know when Zoran started following me. I have no idea. I remember you waited a whole day to confirm Hunter Schafer was a Palestine protest. You get your facts right? Yes. We don't. Giving a whole new meaning to 1,000 Mamdanis? Yeah. I hope you guys understand, not to get all, brown parent with all of you, but you do understand that you just put this on all of yourselves. My expectation is that all of you will now join your local DSAs and become the next Zoran Kwame Mamdani, no matter where you live, right? You understand that, right? This means that you have a lot more work to do in order to be chatter of the year. I'm just saying. Motherfuckers be like, oh, I live in Canada. Who gives a shit? Okay, then join the... Okay. What? They don't have political parties in Canada? They don't have... You can't join your party? Your local... You can't run for local office in Canada? They don't got that? I'm chatter of the year in my own universe. I don't need your validation. Okay, respect. Chatter of the year does not mean shit. 2025 winner is Mega Penis. Self-imposed title by himself. Megaphonics does not call himself Mega Penis. I smoke too much crack to be mayor. I don't know. It kind of feels like in Canada especially, that's a benefit, not a burden. He does on Discord. Bro saw Zoran liked your post in 2021 and immediately became a brown parent saying, why aren't we like Zoran yet? No, this actually kind of fucked me up. I'm not going to lie. Maybe it's just like, because I did not think this. I did not think that he was in this community at all from our interactions from the stream that we did together all the way to the last, year. So I still think it's probably like, it's like me watching him on the Gravel Institute, it's probably like that. I will be asking him though, for sure, to be like, you were fucking watching the streams? You didn't fucking tell me? I wonder if there's any other, I wonder what else he has liked potentially. Anyway, all the people who like your post are necessarily chatters. This man left the house. True.
Up. You have to win by not being insufferable cunts. I know it is hard. I know it is difficult for you to, for 5 minutes, rein it in, but it's necessary. Rein it in and maybe look at some of the people that are agreeing with you or helping you. I'm not saying you have to praise them. I'm not saying you have to praise Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson or me or Theo Von or whatever, whoever you're angry at today, who's ever ruined your life this afternoon. I'm just saying you keep making enemies all the time. You're addicted to making enemies. And if you don't want a Christian nationalist, the Handmaid's Tale country, which I certainly don't want, and most people I know don't want, some people I know do. If you don't want that, then you need to take power, and you need to take power by not being insufferable and angry. Nobody wants to follow that.
All right, let's look at White House Correspondents' Dinner. Oh, just kidding. I have a call with Trita Parsi now, where we'll be talking about what is shaping up in the region. Start virtual camera. Okay. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, Trita? Great to have you back on the broadcast. All
My
right.
pleasure. My pleasure.
All right. Let's get right into it. There's a lot to talk about. Since the last time we had a conversation, things have not really changed necessarily, but there's been more of the same. And what I mean by that, of course, is the fact that Trump is still claiming victory after victory every single day, and claiming that Iran is humiliated, destroyed. He holds all the leverage, he holds all the cards, and yet seemingly there was supposed to be a ceasefire negotiation that was supposed to take place in Islamabad this week potentially, but the Iranian side said that was not the case, and Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, went to Islamabad for bilateral talks between Iran and Pakistan, which the Trump administration seemingly wanted to take advantage of to make it seem like there was a real ceasefire that was going to be implemented. And now we know Abbas Araghchi has left Islamabad, and Trump this morning said that he is not sending Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. We have. I wanted to hear from your side of things. You're much more knowledgeable on this issue than myself. So where do you think we're at now? Is there going to be a ceasefire?
I mean, look, the ceasefire is still in place. It's just that within that ceasefire, the Trump administration is continuing to commit an act of war, which is the blockade of the Persian Gulf. And the question is, will the Iranians essentially calculate that they can withstand that pressure longer than Trump can, because oil prices are still not coming down in the manner that Trump needs them to? Or will this be painful enough for the Iranians that they will start escalating on other fronts, mindful of the fact that Trump essentially is still conducting something that, according to international law, is still an act of war while there's supposed to be a ceasefire? I think what we've seen in the last couple of days is quite embarrassing at times. I mean, as soon as Trump seems to think that the Iranians are going to go somewhere, he announces that talks are going to take place, that Witkoff and them are ready to go, and then kind of in a very embarrassing way have to issue a tweet saying that he decided not to send them. The reality is that it's very clear the Iranians have made it utterly clear they're not going to come back to the table unless Trump lifts the blockade. And I think it's important to go over what happened prior to this, because it's a perfect example of how Trump is undermining, self-sabotaging his own diplomacy because of this inability to resist the urge to declare victory, to humiliate the other side on Twitter. So there had been some engagement through the Pakistanis. Face-saving exit for both sides had been essentially agreed upon, in which the Iranians said that they're lifting their siege or their blocking of the Strait of Hormuz, allowing the ships to go through according to their own rules. Still, nevertheless, it was a bit unclear. But this was supposed to last as long as the ceasefire lasted, and the U.S. was supposed to reciprocate by declaring that they are at the same time lifting the blockade. Instead, Trump issues a tweet saying that he's won, that he's not going to lift the blockade, and essentially insults and tries to humiliate the Iranians. And the Iranians immediately declared then that, okay, well, then the blockade is back in place. So they're closing the Strait of Hormuz once again. And then since then, it's been really difficult to get to the table. And part of the reason why this is self-sabotage is because Trump actually had a bit of an edge, because he still managed to get what he wants, which is to get out of this war through this ceasefire, whereas the Iranians have not gotten the key thing they want, which is to get sanctions lifted. They can only get that if diplomacy takes place. But then he is eliminating that edge that he has by proving himself to be so untrustworthy. If you're in a scenario in which the other side is actually in a slightly greater need than you are to come to the table, then you should do everything you can to make sure that that happens, because you do have a bit of an edge. But if you at the same time act in such a way that makes you utterly untrustworthy, then it doesn't matter if the other side needs to come to the table more than you do, because the table is not there, because you're not trustworthy. You cannot deliver on any of your promises. You don't hold your words. So what's the point of diplomacy, even if you are in greater need, to go to the diplomatic table if the other side is incapable or unwilling to follow simple exit ramp mechanisms? I mean, we're talking about two countries that have very little trust. How do you build trust in these type of scenarios? You say, well, if you do this, I'll do this. And if both sides comply, they take another further step. That's how you bring things together in a scenario in which is almost entirely void of trust. And he failed at step one. He was supposed to do something very simple, refused to do it, and incidentally, don't take it from me, he said it himself. He said in an interview 2 or 3 days ago that everyone was happy. His advisors advised him to do it, to just follow suit. But he said, no, they're going to get $500 million in tolls, so I'm not going to do it. And I essentially called for it to collapse. And here we are. Now he's pretending as if the other side is begging for talks, where it's very clear that the other side is actually avoiding the talks. So this blockade of the blockade did not become leverage for Trump. It became something that blocked diplomacy.
Yeah. So speaking of the table is now Islamabad. And what I was wondering is what your assessment is on some of the reporting that has taken shape now about the way that the Pakistani mediators have been dealing with both sides here. It's in a unique predicament. It's new for Pakistan as well to center itself in these negotiations, and they clearly want to get the prestige of having the Islamabad Accords be the place where this situation comes to a close. However, there's now reporting that the Pakistani side has often played a role in overemphasizing the Iranian interest in having ceasefire negotiations take place at direct odds with what the Iranian side has communicated over and over again. Do you feel like this is Pakistan trying to engineer a situation in the way that they're used to, in the way that they've dealt with respect to the United States, or is there something else going on here?
Well, if we take a step back and then we see that there are three key actors in this dance: the US, Pakistan, and Iran. And we just ask ourselves a very simple question. Whose conduct right now seems to be the most erratic, the most unpredictable, the most untrustworthy, the most undisciplined, the most unhinged, the most incapable of treating social media in a responsible way?
It's definitely not Pakistan.
It's not Pakistan. That doesn't mean that the Pakistanis may not have overstepped their mandate. They may not have oversold something at times. That's quite possible. Even the most experienced mediators at times may commit that mistake, and the Pakistanis, at least in the US-Iran context, are not experienced. I think there's a bit of frustration on the Iranian side in which they believe that the Pakistanis actually oversold to them the American agreement to that step-by-step de-escalation that had been designed. And I'm not so sure that even that is the case. To me, it sounds much more likely that the American negotiators, once again, agreed to something, and then last minute, Trump pulls the rug under his own negotiators. This is not, in that reading, it would not be the fault of the Pakistanis, because, the American negotiators are there as well. They are negotiating what they think is what Trump wants. And then last minute, Trump changes his mind. He's done this numerous times now. just in the US-Iran context, in which Kushner and Witkoff said that they thought that the Geneva proposal would really please Trump, and they left with that message to the Iranians. And 2 days later or 3 days later, Trump is at war with Iran. So I think the most likely scenario is that you have Trump changing his mind, changing the goalpost, not caring about how he cuts the credibility of his own negotiators at the kneecap. It's part of the reason I was wondering whether this was, from a political standpoint, the smartest thing for JD to do, to actually take on this issue, given how difficult it is to negotiate on behalf of Trump when he keeps on changing his mind, when he also keeps on listening to Mark Levine and the Israelis and Netanyahu, who then come in and influence him last minute in the negotiations, and everything that has been agreed upon before ends up collapsing. So could there be some error by the Pakistanis? Certainly. Is that the most likely scenario, just given what we can openly see with our own eyes? This is not where I would be looking first, nor would I be looking at this other narrative that the White House is pushing out, that the whole problem is because the Iranian leadership can't get their act together and that they're in disarray, etc. Again, not implausible that there's a lot of disagreements within their leadership. There always are. Those disagreements tend to come to the fore in the midst of negotiations when tough decisions need to be made. But is that really what we think is happening, given what we are seeing happening on social media? It's funny to me how the Western media is always looking for the least likely explanation.
Well, the reason why I wanted to start off there is because by process of elimination, I want to go through the different parties that we aren't currently discussing, because obviously Pakistan is where these talks are being held, and it's between the United States and Iran. However, there are other parties not involved in the direct conversations that are very clearly involved as far as the influence that they hold over the American side and even influence they hold over the Iranian side. I'm, of course, referencing Israel. How much of these negotiations, by your estimation, it's hard to speculate, it's hard to know, but how much of these negotiations do you think are being sullied by Israel's influence? Because it's very obvious that they have said over and over again that they were not party to the fact that even negotiations or a ceasefire was supposed to take place. They were very frustrated when they found out about it as well, both the Israeli public and certainly the Israeli government, and even struck Lebanon in a way that they had not done so in quite a while. The 300 civilians that they slaughtered in a matter of 10 minutes. In the immediate aftermath of the ceasefire conversations taking place. So how much do you think Israel is involved in managing the relationship with Trump directly?
Well, we do know a couple of things. We know that the Israelis have direct access to Trump and have sidelined and sidestepped the American policy process, which already has been quite chaotic in Trump 2, not as chaotic as it was in Trump 1, but nevertheless. So they have that access and they have that ability to play Trump psychology. Trump tends to be influenced by the last person he speaks. And if that ends up becoming Netanyahu, that definitely has a significant amount of influence, given how Trump is operating. It would not necessarily be the case with other presidents who would follow a completely different process and structure for their decision-making. So far, I have to say, I've not seen clear evidence that the Israelis themselves are the reason why this has not gone forward. Now, indirectly, I do believe that the Israelis share a tremendous amount of responsibility for this outcome, because we're seeing how Trump keeps on pushing for maximalist positions, whether it is zero enrichment or 20-year enrichment, things of that nature that ultimately were put forward, at least zero enrichment was put forward by the Israelis as a way of sabotaging the talks. But even if we don't see that evidence right now, I would say, though, that I think it is very clear that if the talks end up taking place, and if they end up becoming serious, if Trump manages to keep a degree of discipline to get across the finishing line or getting very close to the finishing line, at that moment, history teaches us that the Israelis will do absolutely everything to scuttle any deal between the United States and Iran that entails sanctions lifting. Keeping the sanctions in place is essential to the Israelis. The broader game of the Israelis is to establish a balance of power in the region that essentially eliminates Iran as a geopolitical player that can challenge Israel. This means degrading their industrial base, destroying their universities, destroying their steel plants, pharmaceutical plants, just set them back decades. When they're saying bombing them back to the Stone Age, they're not kidding. It's not an exaggeration.
Yeah.
It is not just a kind of a saying. This is their strategy. This is what they've done in Syria. This is what they have done or doing right now in Lebanon. It's about keeping everyone else weak so that they can have security through dominance. But there's two ways to do this. One is to go to war, which they've fought very hard for the last 25 years to get, but it's difficult to get there. And even when you do it, it may not result the way you want. But if you succeed, it will actually set the country back very fast in a relatively short time because you're blowing things up. The alternative way is to have long-standing sanctions that for decades grinds down the industrial base of the country, slowly but surely destroys its fabric of society, its ability to be able to have a proper functioning economy. This is what was done to Iraq under Saddam Hussein. It's not entirely Israel's fault in that context, but nevertheless, this is a different methodology of just defeating your enemies. With Iran, they've had those sanctions on for more than 3 decades now. And the Israelis are upset enough that Trump has ended the war. It would be much, much worse, unacceptable from their standpoint, if sanctions are lifted. And at that point, I think we will see significant pressure on Trump, and it will probably lead to Trump's biggest fallout and confrontation, not just with Netanyahu, but with Miriam Adelson, with his other big pro-Israeli donors, etc. And given how Trump has kind of lost the Tucker Carlson wing of MAGA, it's not clear to me whether he feels ready and comfortable to take on the remaining supporters that he had, at least on the financial side, which are the donors that are in line with Miriam Adelson on this issue.
So I also want to ask the last party involved here, which is, of course, China. It's not a secret that China gets an overwhelming amount, if not the overwhelming majority of its energy needs from the Strait of Hormuz, and not just from Iran. As a matter of fact, Iran, I believe, made up pre-operation Epic Fury approximately 10% of, or even smaller than that, of China's oil and energy needs in particular. Most of it still comes from the other Gulf states. And now, with the Strait of Hormuz being effectively shut off, it's getting a lot of the additional Iranian oil tankers. Having said that, however, China wants stability. It's good for trade. All they care about is trade for the most part, and continuing to develop these other countries in the One Belt, One Road initiative. How much do you believe is China pursuing stability and maybe even urging Iran to engage in a ceasefire conversation, and how much is Iran even invested in listening to China, and how much aid do you think China is offering to Iran beyond urging them to engage in a ceasefire, and if their interest is actually leading Iran towards a ceasefire rather than continuing to pursue some kind of military campaign to secure its maximalist goals?
So you're, first of all, absolutely right, Hassan, that the Chinese are primarily focused on stability and their economic development. They're very strongly disciplined in avoiding getting entangled in other countries' conflicts. They're not going at this ideologically, immediately taking sides in conflicts, believing that those conflicts have anything to do with their credibility and things of that nature. They're the total opposite of the United States. There's not a conflict around the world that the United States doesn't feel it needs to get itself entangled with and interfere with, fully not understanding at all what the conflict necessarily is, but nevertheless, this sense that because it is a superpower, because apparently global stability depends on the United States, in this mindset, everything touches U.S. interest. And it's been disastrous for the United States to pursue this path, in my view, and it's part of the reason why multipolarity is arriving earlier than it otherwise would have. The Chinese are the opposite. They don't have any particular attachment to Iran. They have strategic arrangements economically with almost every country in the region. And Iran is certainly not more important to them than the GCC are. But they have managed to make sure that they don't get entangled in Iran's conflicts with the GCC or vice versa. Now, would they intervene in such a scenario in order to get the Iranians to agree to a ceasefire? I believe that in the earlier case, the Chinese may have, at the last moment, convey their desire for the Iranians to go along with this. But I don't see the Chinese pressuring Iran unless they believe that the proposal on the table is a relatively reasonable one. Because otherwise, if there's an unreasonable proposal on the table and they end up pressuring Iran, they have made themselves an instrument in America's or in Trump's losing negotiation. And that's not their interest. They don't want to own this at all. Even if they intervene, they will do so quietly behind the scenes without saying anything to anyone. No press release, no press conference, because they don't want to have responsibility for the outcome. But if they intervene too early, if they do it publicly, and if they do it in a manner that actually is pushing Iran towards something that clearly is not going to work because it's unreasonable, it's imbalanced, then they have made themselves an instrument in Trump's game. And that would be the worst outcome for them. So I don't think they're right now putting much pressure on the Iranians. Are they unhappy with the situation? Absolutely. Who do they blame for that situation? I don't think they're blaming the Iranians. Now, if there was a very reasonable proposal on the table, and Trump had proven himself also to be willing and capable and disciplined enough to deliver on it, then I can definitely see that the foreign minister of China would place a phone call to the Iranians, gently urging them to move in that direction, etc. But the idea that they would end up becoming some sort of a tool in America's pressure tactic on Iran, I think the Chinese are too smart to get entangled in that manner.
I have talked to some China skeptics who are analysts and political figures in the region that believe that there is a potential trade-off. They're speculating. There's a potential trade-off with China possibly urging Iran to take a maybe even worse deal in exchange for easing the military allegiance that America has with Taiwan, using Taiwan as a permanent base, as a thorn on the side of China in its own regional interests. Do you find that to be a likely scenario, knowing what you know about China's unbelievably pragmatic approach and its ultimate interest in making sure that there is some sort of reunification, most likely a peaceful reunification with Taiwan? Given that being the highest priority for China, could they potentially use Iran as a trade-off, given the relationship that they have and their lack of interest, the lack of ideological commitment to waging some sort of anti-imperialist war, for example?
So I personally, and I want to make it clear, I'm not a China expert, so I'm not going to try to pretend to know exactly what the Chinese calculations are. But from where I stand, I find it somewhat unlikely, at least at this moment, for the Chinese to make calculations of this kind, because it would be entanglement at the end of the day into this issue in which is contrary to China's first principles. Don't get involved. And if you suddenly have made that type of a deal, that triangular deal in which there's reduced support for Iran in return for this from the American side, you're already starting to entangle yourself a little bit in a way that I don't think the Chinese would do unless the situation is much graver and they're much more likely to succeed. They want to have a much higher likelihood of success for anything. Secondly, this presumes a degree of trust and confidence on the Chinese side that Trump will deliver on his promises to China. I don't see them having that. So that would make it very risky for them to damage potentially their relationship with Iran, which at the end of the day is not unimportant to them, for a very flimsy likelihood that Trump will deliver on his end of the bargain. So under normal circumstances, could it perhaps have been more likely? Perhaps, but you add the Trump factor into it, and you add the very clear track record that we see, that the Chinese see, of how Trump is conducting himself. And I just don't find it likely that the Chinese, who are so cautious And many would legitimately, in my view, justifiably at times, criticize them of being too cautious. I mean, there's been much
That's
easier
me. I'm that
scenarios.
guy.
Yeah. I mean, there's been plenty of situations in the region in which much more, much higher likelihood of success for the Chinese to step in and do something diplomatically, and they just decided to stay out.
Yeah.
They decided to stay out because, again, they're very risk averse. They stepped in when it came to Iran and Saudi Arabia because of a specific request from MBS himself. And it was also a scenario in which the Iraqis and others had already mediated extensively between the Iranians and the Saudis. The deal was 90% ready. And the MBS himself directly pleaded with Xi. And they did this. And immediately afterwards, you could see how the Chinese started to become uncomfortable. On the one hand, they were glad to get the credibility and the credit for all of this. On the other hand, they were very unhappy to see that demands and expectations that the Chinese would step in more often were rising as a result of this. And they really clearly wanted to push down those expectations.
Even Western analysts at the time said, "Oh, it's your problem now." Some, at least on Foreign Policy magazine, said, "Okay, well, good luck to China for doing this." And I read it as jealousy at the time, but I guess they weren't so wrong. Now, there's one factor here at play that, once again, we have to go back to, which is Israel. China does have a lot of power to apply pressure to every country, really. But from what I have seen, what I've read, it kind of feels as though China is just treating Israel as America's problem and a reliable trade partner at times as well. But they're not using any leverage that they have to try to talk to Israel at all. I don't know if that's because they see that as overstepping, because they talk to America directly, or if there's any way to bring about some sort of regional stability. All of that still goes through Israel, realistically. Is there any reason as to why they have, in your opinion, refused to try and deal with Israel at all, even if it's anything beyond simply offering condemnations at the UN?
I think it's an excellent question. I want to again emphasize
you're not a China expert.
I'm not a China expert. Yeah, but I have been able to observe closely and have had extensive conversations with Chinese officials about their approach to the Middle East. And I think there is a fundamental error here amongst many people who are looking forward to the days of multipolarity. They're hoping that some of America's problematic, to say the least, approaches in certain regions will be balanced out because another superpower or a constellation of other powers will be able to push it back. Middle East is obviously the obvious one. But I think the error here is to believe that China would more or less behave like previous superpowers we have seen, either from the Western Bloc or from the Eastern Russian Bloc. That is not how they are considering themselves as a major power. They've made it very clear they're not following the blueprint of previous superpowers or Western superpowers when it comes to this. They're not going to automatically take the side against the United States in a lot of conflicts. More than anything else, they want to manage the world together with the United States, not in an antagonistic manner, but in a manner that maximizes stability and further enhances China's ability to grow economically. This is their main objective. You know, they can look at a lot of these different injustices. They may feel bad about it, but they don't have that same type of a messianic urge that you see in a lot of Western states in which they think God wants them to get involved in this, or that God has decided that they are the ones to solve this issue. That's just not how they're approaching these things.
Yeah.
And so even in some cases in which they could easily have come in to really embarrass the United States by solving some issues or pushing for some sort of a movement towards a solution and show how much more of a responsible actor they may be, they've refrained from doing so because their game is not about embarrassing the United States. Their game is about making sure that the world moves towards some sort of a new constellation. It will probably be some sort of a bipolar plus multipolar context. And in that, they want the United States and China not to have the relationship that the US and the Soviet Union did, but have a very collaborative approach in which they together take responsibility for security and manage the world's problem and maximize its security. And that partly means that they will not pick fights with the United States on issues that the United States seems to have an irrational degree of attachment and commitment to. And that brings us back to Israel and the Middle East. So I think we should have, I mean, they will make their statements at the UN. They will take nominally the position that is way more in accordance with international law. But to expect them to really put political capital to push something that would be seen as antagonistic by the United States, at least for now, and probably for the next 10 years, I don't see the Chinese going in that direction. You know what the first thing they did after they negotiated the Saudi-Iran deal and it was a success? After they clinched it, the first thing they did, the next day, they went in and they fully briefed the White House on all of the details of it, etc., with full transparency. The United States never does that with the Chinese whenever the US does something, even if it happens in China's own neighborhood. But this was part of their way of saying, we're not doing this to screw you over. We're not doing this to embarrass you. This is just something that we could do. We hope that you will find use for it, and here's how we did it.
Given that the United States' approach is almost single-handedly in the hands of Donald Trump at this point, regardless of what more calmer minds or whatever kind of sober analysis and assessment they're offering to Donald Trump, he ends up making these erratic decisions. And given that Trump's tendency, as he has demonstrated over and over again, is to perceive concessions or reasonable moves that his opposition are making to be a sign of weakness, as he's done so with Iran over and over again. Do you feel like Trump is going to miscalculate even China's restraint in this process as potential weakness, and then do something erratic there as well? The reason why I keep asking about this, the reason why I keep asking about China, even though you're not a China expert, is because there is now going to be a talk that takes place in Beijing. It was supposed to have taken place already last month or this month, and now it's been pushed to May 14th. And I wanted to ask you, this deal that is in place right now in Iran, that's supposed to be implemented, that is currently in a legal limbo, if it's not completed by the time Donald Trump travels to Beijing, do you feel like America will have a significant weakness in these talks with Xi Jinping? And do you feel as though that is going to force Donald Trump to try to manage this negotiation the closer he gets to the Beijing summit, and he might even cancel it altogether? What do you think the likelihood of that is?
I think, first of all, you're quite right. It will be problematic from Trump's position if he travels to Beijing, has this very crucial summit with Xi, and he is still suffering from the repercussions of the problem that he caused himself by starting this idiotic war. He has once again proven himself incapable of establishing stability. No one remembers the success he had in Venezuela. Everyone talks about the lack of success and the idiocy of going into Iran, the foolishness of thinking this could be done in 4 days, all of these different things. So this will put him in a much, much worse position. He's suffering from higher oil prices. He is at his lowest level with Republicans, his lowest level with independents. He looks as if he's going to be a lame duck president in just a couple of months because the Republicans are likely to lose the House, the Senate. This is not the position he wanted to be in when he went to Xi. And the thing you mentioned about miscalculation with the Chinese, I think he is more careful with the Chinese because I think he has a better assessment of what China's actual power and role is. And he understands it and manages to discipline himself. With the Iranians, he's still suffering from the false belief that Iran would collapse within 4 days. And he really hasn't managed to grapple that he really is going to have to give a real concession and compromise in order to get a deal. He's still coming at this thinking that there's some sort of a silver bullet he can use to win this negotiation through humiliating the other side and getting a total victory and a total surrender from the other side. It was never in the cards. It is not going to be in the cards. There is no silver bullet. The only silver bullet he can really put together is a smart diplomatic strategy, which would entail absolutely zero Truth Social posts for at least a week or so until this is done. But everything that he's doing, whether it is the blockade of the blockade, etc., it's all the same game plan as in the past. This belief that if you just do this one small thing, the whole house of cards of Iran is going to collapse. And the Israelis are very active in kind of pushing these type of things.
Yeah.
So I don't think that he treats the Chinese in the same way. He has a better assessment and fortunately listens to more people than he does on Iran. Will he cancel again? I don't know. There's a lot of different factors coming in, but I do believe that he canceled the first one precisely because of this. He thought he was going to go in there with Venezuela and Iran in his pocket in a very strong position. It is simply not the case. It will not be the case most likely by May 14th either. So it remains to be seen whether it takes place or not. I had conversations with the Chinese who were very frustrated, very angry that he had canceled it the first time. So I don't know what the repercussions from the Chinese will be if he postpones it once more. And remember, the Chinese agenda has very little to do with what's going on in the Persian Gulf and Iran. They have their own issues that they want to talk to the United States about.
Yeah. I think what you said about assuming tremendous leverage leading up to these talks in Beijing with Venezuela and potentially with Iran is exactly what America thought was going to happen. But it's very clear by now to everyone with 3 working brain cells that the false information that was fed to Donald Trump about how easy and how similar to Venezuela this operation in Iran would look like was fed to him by Israel. Is there any point, do you think, where Trump will say, okay, enough is enough. You guys have lied to me over and over again about your capabilities, the capabilities of Iran. It's very clear that Iran is not destroyed, and you're feeding me this false information in an effort to push me further and further up the escalation ladder because it suits your purpose, and there is now no longer a convergence but a divergence in interests. We can see that, but do you feel like Donald Trump will actually see that at any point?
I think to a certain extent it has already happened because he did agree, or he pushed for that ceasefire and he got it. The Israelis didn't want it. So I think to a certain extent it has happened. Will he do that type of a complete break with them and said, everything you guys have told me to do has been complete nonsense. I'm not going to listen to you guys at all any longer? No, he will not do that. Because that means that he will lose his biggest financial supporter right now, which is Miriam Adelson.
Yeah.
And to do that before crucial midterm elections, in which a lot of other people already have lost faith in him because he was supposed to push out the neocons, not put them at the center of his foreign policy. But yet there he is, retweeting Mark Levine and repeating a lot of the stuff that FDD and others are saying. So I'm not saying that he's completely lost that other wing, but confidence have really been shaken. And that confidence is not going to come back easily, even if he does that break, particularly mindful of the fact that that break is not going to be complete. Now, will a lot of people from what I would call the Tucker Carlson wing of the party be extremely happy if he strikes a deal, gets out of this mess, and even pushes back hard against the Israelis? Absolutely. But Trump will be in a situation in which he will have ticked off both of the main wings of his party. And without knowing for certain exactly where the end balance is going to be for him just months, weeks before the midterm elections. And I think that's going to weigh heavily on his mind. And again, this is not the same as some of the YouTube influencers or very critical people within the MAGA movement, from Megyn Kelly to Tucker to others, Steve Bannon, criticizing the policies, etc., online. This is about the Israelis pulling out all of the stops and trying to undermine and sabotage Trump, not just his diplomacy, but everything else they can do, just like they tried to do and did with Obama in 2015, between 2013 and 2015, including, as we all saw, that Netanyahu even went to Congress to give that speech against Obama, which of course could only have happened because the Republicans invited him. This would not happen now. But nevertheless, it's just a sign of
there
how
were also
far...
Democrats too. There were plenty of Democrats that also were in support. Chuck Schumer being one of the key allies there.
Absolutely. But the point being, it's just a sign of how far they were willing to go to undermine him. Again, mindful of the fact that this would be not only an end to the war, it would be sanctions relief. And what I think will happen if there is a deal, there will be a deal that is far bigger and deeper than the JCPOA, in the sense that the sanctions relief will be far more massive. Sanctions relief in the JCPOA was only UN sanctions and then secondary American sanctions, meaning the sanctions the US imposes on Chinese, Indian, and European companies if they trade or invest in Iran. What's at the center of this negotiation is primary sanctions, meaning the sanctions that the US imposes on American companies. That would be devastating for the Israelis. They will do everything they can to prevent that. And again, if you're sitting in Trump's shoes right now trying to figure out which political path to take, it has to be intimidating knowing what hell will break loose if he actually agrees to a deal. Doesn't mean, by the way, that I'm not arguing that he shouldn't do it. He absolutely should strike that deal. We should just be very clear about the intense fight that will follow if he goes down that path.
So let's talk about the actual deal in place. There's a 10-point plan that Iran has basically had publicly revealed since, I believe, the second week of the war. There's been some changes on it. I have a degree of emphasis on, from my own estimation, what I think Iran cares about a lot and what I think is likely and what I think Iran doesn't care about as much. And I wanted to run that by you and see if you have any disagreements there. I think one of the most consequential elements of this deal is the Lebanese ceasefire. And the reason why I say that, consequential as in I think it's the hardest one to accomplish. Why is it the hardest one to accomplish? Because it goes directly against the interests of Israel. And it's a demand not made specifically to protect Hezbollah in the way that it's being presented, but I think it's a demand being made to the United States of America to enforce maximum leverage that Iran has to force America to restrain Israel, something that has not happened in the last 2.5 years, almost 3 years at this point. I think that's probably the most significant ask that Iran is making, even beyond the sanctions relief, although obviously the sanctions relief would be the most consequential one and the most beneficial one. I think from the perspective of the Iranian side, driving any sort of wedge between the relationship between the United States of America and Israel, or at least forcing America's hand into taking action against Israel, is the maximum leverage position. So that's my first statement, and I want to hear if you agree with that or not, or where you're at on that side of the bargain. And I think the least consequential one is one that they've already conceded to, which is, of course, the enriched uranium. The American demands for it, from what I understand, are something that Trump wants to present as an aesthetic victory. It's 20 years as opposed to Iran agreeing to 5 years of control over their enriched uranium stockpile. Even though the Iranian side is still maintaining this posture that they don't want anything to happen to their enriched uranium stockpile whatsoever, and that actually violates their sovereignty. Do you feel like Iran is simply saying that in order to posture? Do you disagree that this is probably the easiest condition that America has demanded from Iran that Iran would be on board with, that Iran would concede to? Outside of that, you obviously, I think you and I agree on the sanctions relief side. So what do you think about those two major points?
So a couple of things. Let me also say one thing on sanctions relief before that, because I don't want to leave the impression that the sanctions relief is the hardest because Trump is opposed to it. I think actually Trump is the president that would be most in favor of offering sanctions relief. He's not a fan of sanctions. He's a fan of tariffs. But sanctions actually punish American companies. So the idea of lifting primary sanctions and getting American companies into Iran would be a huge sell to his own base. I mean, you have $300 billion of damages minimum in Iran right now. There's going to be massive reconstruction efforts. I'm not saying that the Iranians would welcome all American companies right away or in a large manner, but nevertheless, this would be the largest economy that would open up since the fall of the Soviet Union. And he said numerous times on the campaign trail back in 2015 that his opposition to the JCPOA, Obama's deal, was because it was unfair to American companies, because it only lifted sanctions on European companies and Chinese and Indians, but not on American companies. No Trump Towers in Tehran. So I think actually he's ideologically inclined to agree to that and be, quite open to lifting a lot of it. It's just that the political fight he will have with the Israelis afterwards or during that process is going to be absolutely beyond anything he's had so far. Lebanon, I think you're right. I think Lebanon is going to be a very, very tricky thing. And as you mentioned, part of it is because the Iranians want to see that Trump is serious about really reining in the Israelis. Part of it is, of course, also that the United States wants to talk about what the US calls Iran's proxies. Well, the Iranians view them as allies, and the United States views Israel as an ally. Is this going to be a ceasefire between Iran and the US, or is it a ceasefire that entails Israel? If it entails Israel, and Iran cannot attack Israel, Israel cannot attack Iran, so an American ally has been included in the ceasefire, then the Iranians are going to say, well, then Iranian allies should be included as well. Because otherwise, you have a scenario in which Iran cannot strike at Israel, Israel cannot strike at Iran, but Israel can strike at these different groups that are associated with Iran without Iran being able to do anything about that. So I think the Iranians in that case are going to say, in that case, let's just have a ceasefire between the US and Iran. And then it's everything is permitted between Israel and Iran and between Iran and Israel and many of these different groups. And that also then means there is no agreement that other groups in Iraq and elsewhere in the region will cease fire on the US. Either you include them or you don't include them.
So it's beyond Lebanon and Hezbollah is what you're saying, because that was my initial assessment as well. I was, I mean, obviously Marandi is not in any way, shape, or form affiliated with the administration, but he is one of the only people that I've heard maintain the position that this also includes even Hamas, like the entirety of the axis of resistance, whereas official communiques make it seem as though this is just, well, on the Iranian side, some of their reporting says it is the axis of resistance. Not sure if that includes Hamas or not, but certainly Iraq and other regional actors as well. Is that your understanding of the deal as well?
I can certainly see that from the Iranian side. They would view that as the most attractive solution or agreement, because it would mean that Israel cannot attack any of their allies and vice versa. And the United States is very adamant that they want to put pressure on Iran for Iran to put pressure on some of these different groups, Houthis, Iraqi militias, etc., not to attack US. So the question, what kind of balance you can find there? I can see from a US standpoint also saying, you know what, let's actually end all of it, right? No attacks from the Houthis, no attacks from the Iraqi militias, none of these things. And then the question is, yes, but you have one ally that wants to bomb everyone all the time. What are you going to do about that? So I think it's going to be a tough negotiation on that issue, the maximalist position from the Iranian side, which could be accepted by the US. I don't think necessarily is going to end up. But if it is very, very weak, it also means that ultimately the ceasefire between Iran and the US will also be weak. Not because the US and Iran would want to go back into the war, but if fighting in Lebanon can continue, in West Bank and Gaza can continue and Israel can strike the Houthis, it means that we will have the same scenario that we did after October 7th. And remember, back then, a lot of the concerns were this conflict, if it's not stopped, will spill over into the rest of the region. More than twice now, it has done exactly that. And the second time, it led to this disastrous regional war. So if you really want to avoid a recurring scenario of this kind, you do need to pacify all of these other theaters, not just the ones between the US and Iran directly. So I think there's a strong argument, regardless whether you're coming at it from the US side or from the Iranian side, that it would actually be better to get a complete ceasefire throughout the entire region. Now, what was the third factor? And I forgot right now.
The third
Your
factor
dog
was
distracted me. It's a beauty.
Yeah, she's a big guard dog. The third factor was the enriched uranium, and how much of that is actually, I guess, not negligible necessarily, but like, what are the red lines there? And because my estimation is, considering that they had already conceded to, according to the Omani negotiators, in the beginning phase before America engaged in perfidy again alongside Israel, was the idea that Iran was totally willing to lean into American demands on that front. Obviously, the red lines are, the ridiculous asks were on, restricting the missile strike capabilities. Like, that's, totally ridiculous. But the nuclear side has always been Iranian leverage. They have, in a way that I might even say is naive, have refused to engage in enriching uranium beyond, or the only time they've engaged in enriching uranium beyond civilian grade is specifically to gain leverage to bring America back to the negotiation table in exchange for sanctions relief. Trying to force America to abide by something similar to the JCPOA. Do you feel like that's still the case, or do you think that now they have more leverage over the United States of America and therefore they really want to force it?
Yeah. So I think your original premise is correct. This is probably not easy, but one of the easier challenges within the negotiations, because they already traveled a significant distance through the mediation of the Omanis. A mechanism was invented, put together, that was designed to make Trump feel that he has achieved his red line. His red line adopted later on in the game, which was essentially the Israeli red line, zero enrichment. So that, and part of the reason why the Iranians say 5 years and the US is 20 now, first of all, just saying any number from the US is a deviation from the Israeli line, right? Suddenly you're talking numbers instead of indefinitely. So that in itself is interesting, even though 20 years is a very, very significant amount of time. Now, the justification for 5 in the previous negotiations was essentially that the Iranians said, okay, we would only enrich uranium for 2 identified needs, 2 reactors they have. One is a reactor that is not even online for another 7 years, and one is a reactor that was given to the Iranians in the late 1960s by the US and that is currently used for research and medical isotopes for cancer patients. That reactor already has fuel pads that will last it another 5 to 7 years. So the number 5, I don't think, is just thrown out as any bargaining thing. It is designed to function within this this larger mechanism, saying, well, they're only needing to enrich uranium for these 2 reactors, and currently they don't need it because they have it for another 5 years. Could there be a scenario in which a third country, France, provides fuel pads for the Tehran research reactor for an additional 5 years, and for that other new reactor, so that the Iranians actually don't have a need for 10 years? I can see the Iranians being flexible on this. 20 may be too far, but this would require that the fuel pads are delivered right away, I would suspect, not that they're hoping that it will be delivered down the road. I can see something like that potentially working out, and they could extend that number. And I think part of the reason why the Iranians are not walking back the Geneva proposal, but seem to still be negotiating from it, should be really seen as very positive from the American side, because you could easily have a scenario in which they're like, you know what? No, you didn't win this war. In fact, you lost it strategically. Our position has strengthened, and our position on the on these different nuclear issues have been hardened, and you're going to get less. I suspect, and particularly mindful of the fact that the debate inside of Iran has also shifted in the sense that there's far more support for weaponization now than there ever was before. One can see that scenario. But I suspect the reason why they have stuck to the Geneva proposal is because they have instead just increased the sanctions lifting demand, saying, yes, we can still do this, but the price is now higher. And the price is that, all of the UN sanctions, all of this of the primary sanctions need to be lifted. Because if the Iranians give up this leverage, this is the last time they can actually ask for sanctions relief. Having gotten it, what leverage do they have to even get the US to the table down the road?
Yeah.
So this is essentially the last moment. And so I think they're going to offer almost everything and demand almost everything in return.
But unfortunately, Donald Trump sees any kind of concession or even a willingness to cooperate with coming to the table as a sign of weakness, unfortunately. And you have malignant actors that are doing their very best, that have profound amounts of influence, if not the last remaining line of defense amongst Trump's domestic allies and foreign allies that are going to do their very best to sell you the deal. Trita Parsi, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me.
This was wonderful. I have to go pee.
Appreciate it.
But thank you. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to have you on.
Likewise.
And hopefully we'll talk to you again soon under better conditions. All right.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Adnan. Really
Have a good
appreciate
one.
it. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Thank you.
That was Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute, a fantastic analyst on issues, everything related to Iran. I did a fantastic job of asking questions. By the way, I know some of you can't keep up with like more than 2 or 3 questions. Shut the fuck up, chatters. Okay. Yes, I always appreciate his insight. And I'm going to go pee real quick as we go back to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. First time since 2011 Rose. Trump is returning.
Damn, this guy's good.